Your Worship, public forum, if you want to, are we bringing them into the station?
I've been out there, I've asked staff to organise it. What staff have you got to organise? Right, thank you. Send me an email, Your Worship.
That's good.
Approach gives from staff to me.
Right.
If you like, I'll do it now.
No.
Are we live? All right, thank you, councillors. I welcome you to the council meeting of today's date, 26th of November. Remind councillors, please, that we are live on Zoom. Sorry, not on live streaming. And please be very aware that the microphones in the room are quite sensitive. So that is probably a message that will also need to go out into the public areas.
Can they come?
Thank you. Now this afternoon, we have 9 different groups, as I know it, who are speaking in terms of public forum. They will be reminded, please, as we welcome them into the room. I just remind you, people coming into the room, that we are live streaming today. So you will be celebrities online. The rules around public forum are quite explicit within council rules. You have 10 minutes to state your case, and included in that time is the ability for councillors to ask questions. If you wish to use that 10 minutes for your speaking time and use it all, I'm afraid that does not allow time for councillors to question. Councillors, can I ask you please to go straight to your question rather than spending 2 minutes welcoming people and thanking them for their position, etc. Your questions should be questions and they should be answered as concisely as possible. Thank you very much. So do we know who's speaking first, please?
It's the notes I gave you.
So they're in the right order?
Yeah. So
I have Bob or Rosemary Weaver speaking on dogs. Are you in the room, please?
Yes, well, I am.
So I'm presuming that you're Bob rather than Rosemary.
I hope so.
If you'd like to come up.
Okay.
And as I said, how you use your 10 minutes is up to you. You don't have to use it all. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you. First of all, Mr. Mayor and councillors, I'd like to thank you for allowing me to speak on this subject today. We have, as Mr. Mayor will know, we've been in the Rangitikei for about 20 years now. We've owned dogs in the Rangitikei for about 20 years. My wife is a respected show judge. I'm a respected steward in show business. So obviously we do breed dogs, so this is particularly important to us. In the last 20 years, when we've had our dogs, we have never had a complaint about our dogs. We have never had a dog get out. We have never had a dog bite anybody. In fact, you will find that most show people are very, very respectful with regard to dog ownership. I'm a bit concerned that people who aren't used to dogs won't quite understand that owning more than 2 dogs isn't unusual. If you're showing dogs and breeding dogs for show, then obviously you have to bring on new ones, and we don't get rid of the old ones, they're part of our family. So you obviously do build an important number of dogs. The important thing is to actually make sure that they're actually kept safely and they're a pleasure to everybody else. I'm a little bit confused about why this has come up. I do understand that some of the other councils have adopted this. I know a lot of show people have actually come into the Rangitikei because of the fact that it has been respectful for dogs in the past. I'm not aware of any problems. I have spoken to people connected, and I understand that nobody could tell me that there's been a problem with anybody with 2 or more dogs. There have been problems with people with 1 or 2 dogs, but not a large amount of dogs. And I'm concerned that if there isn't a problem here, I don't know why we're addressing it at this time. I do believe that council should realise that it will adversely affect people who have got more than 2 dogs. Whether at the end of the day we end up having to move away, then obviously that would be more preferable than getting rid of our dogs. I understand from a phone call I made that approximately 2/3 of the submissions that have been put in are against the policy being put forward, or the suggestion being put forward. I do ask you, although you've probably got your own personal opinions, I do ask you if it's not too rude to respect, that as an opinion of your ratepayers. If you were to decide this, then obviously we will then have to assess what you do with people who have got 3 or more dogs already. I'm hoping that the council isn't suggesting that we put some of them down. So perhaps you've got in mind some alternative with respect to this. My main point of view was to say to you today that as far as I'm concerned and my knowledge is concerned, people with 3 or more dogs are actually more respectful, more careful, and take more notice of what their dogs do, and that they're a pleasure to the community than one with 1 or 2 dogs. And I think if you look at the history of any dog problems you've had, which I think have been limited in this area, I think you will find that it's not people with 3 or 4 or more dogs. So don't look at the number of dogs and just think, oh, the problem must be multiplying by the fact that you've got more dogs than other people. So this is very important to people, and you will find by the number of submissions, because I understand that generally you don't get an awful lot of submissions for some of the situations, that this is a very important decision that you're going to be making, I think, in a couple of weeks' time. So I ask you not to make it too lightly and to listen to everybody and hopefully come to the right decision, which of course is my decision. Okay, that's it. Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Mayor.
you, Bob. Are you able to take questions?
I am, absolutely, no problem at all.
So just an opening question from me. Are you aware that the policy means that you can apply to have more than 2 dogs?
I do, yes, and I would like to answer that by saying, unfortunately, and I'm trying to be tactful here, unfortunately there are people around who don't like dogs, and if they find any sort of reason why they would be able to vote against, even if there were sort of neighbours around, they would do. That doesn't mean they've had a problem. It just means that, so I can see it causing extra problems. In fact, I could see it putting a few neighbours versus neighbours at the end of the day, but I do understand that thing.
Councillor Belsham.
Oh, well, I had exactly the same question as you. Are you aware that there is a permit system to allow for more than 2 dogs in that proposed bylaw?
Has
Yes.
been answered. Go. I need to be
Thanks, Bob.
time here. Councillor Ash.
Yeah. In your experience and your expertise with having a larger number of dogs, has it been your experience that having more dogs creates more noise within the section that may be an issue for neighbouring properties? And if you have, or if you haven't, if noise was an issue, are you familiar with any techniques that might be able to mitigate excessive noise?
Yes, I am aware of the situation. I think you'll find that when you've got more than 2 dogs, you're actually more aware of it. So it is important to us. We do actually make sure, I mean, a dog will bark, I can't stop that. It's usually an excitement. But as we've got neighbours all around us, and none of them have ever complained in all the years that we've been here, obviously our dogs are being looked after. Some of the, I personally don't think if somebody is away all day at work, and it's usually the 1 or 2 dogs, that you should be having a dog to bark all day anyway. So that's not our position. Some of the techniques that can be used to stop dogs barking are, in my opinion, cool, and I wouldn't be taking them on board at all.
Thank you. Further questions, councillors? Councillor Duncan.
Can I ask, are you a business with
No.
your showing?
No, I'm a property manager, so I look after rental properties for a real estate company. No business whatsoever. It's only we only breed when we need a new dog to show.
Sure.
Yeah.
And subsequent question, Your Worship.
Yes.
So if, in your case though, you have a particular activity with your dogs, do you see that you should be somehow there should be a different rule for people who are showing their dogs, for instance, who have a large number of dogs in a formal situation.
That might be, I mean, yes, I suppose in a perfect world, but that might be quite complicated. I think that the important thing as far as this is concerned is to assess whether there is an issue with regard to people with 3 or more dogs, and if there isn't, then, because remember there are a lot of working dogs, and some of those actually live in residential areas. They don't all live on the farm, so it's going to cause issues for a lot of other people as well. It's not just the chauffeur.
Thank you. Further questions, councillors? No. Well, Bob, thank you very much for your
Thank
time.
you for your time.
You're aware of the process that council will need to go through. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Next one is Brian Goddard. Brian.
Good afternoon. I disagree with everything that Bob has said. We've got a neighbour with 3 dogs. They bark constantly. I've had the council out 3 times and not one thing has been done about it. And I know another place in O'Hara Road has 8 dogs. Now, I believe is that you can have subsequently have more than 2 dogs. You can have up to 20 dogs on your property. Is that right?
Currently, that's
If for your $30. Is that right?
Do you want us to answer, Your Worship, or carry on?
I'll stop the time for a second. So the answer from staff is there a restriction at all at present?
Well, the way it says in your brochure, you can have as many dogs as you like.
In residential areas, then that's correct. There's no limit.
Correct.
So you can have 20 dogs or 50 dogs on your property.
Correct.
I think that's a joke.
So we'll start the time again now. Thank you.
Righto. So I think this having $30 for 3 years is just a joke, as I said. An animal control officer with a vehicle costs you at least $50,000 a year. So you know how many dogs you'd have to have at registration to cover that, just that cost. I'm not sure what the registration fee is, but is it $40 or $50?
I think I'll let you run right through your presentation.
Okay, so we'll say it's
Questions will come
$40.
back.
If you've got $40 per dog and you employ an animal control officer in a vehicle, you'll need at least $1,250 just to pay for that animal control officer. Did you realise how much it costs to buy a dog? On Trade Me, it costs just on $2,000 to buy a dog. As I looked it up, and it ranged from $3,900 down to pet dog pups for $300. So it's just on $2,000 going to cost you to buy a dog. And according to stuff on the computer, $2,000 to keep a dog for a year. So for 12 years, the life of a dog is going to cost you $24,000. So it's only wealthy people who would have a dog in the first place. Okay? People taking dogs for a walk, they go in their cars to the park. I live next to the park. People arrive in their car to take the dog for a walk. So, what do you think about that so far? So I think $1,000 per dog per year would be cheap. So I think this $30 for 3 years is just a joke. Okay? Any questions?
So you finished your presentation.
Yes.
Take questions from councillors. Councillor Belsham first. Councillor.
You understand that bylaw, the $30 covers a permit to allow for to have more than 2 dogs within that proposed bylaw. It would still require you to pay for each dog's registration.
That would be $40 a year, would it? I'm not sure what the registration is because I
It
don't have
depends
a
whether
dog.
you're a good owner or not, all sorts of other things, but I think your question's been answered. Further questions from councillors? No, there's none.
Okay.
Brian, thank you very much for
Thank
your
you.
time. So members are appearing today in terms of the fee question. I presume that members are reasonably well aware, having dogs, as to the costs of registration, all that sort of thing. Does anybody desperately see the need, or councillors see the need to be reminded about the level of registration or costs associated with dogs? No, we'll move on. Christine. Christine, the pronunciation is surname, is it Ripwa? Thank you. Christine, the same rules apply to you. And sorry, I should have, are you okay to stand?
Yeah,
okay. Christine, the same rules apply. You have 10 minutes, including questions. And your time starts now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for letting me be heard. I'm new to the area. I've come from Auckland. I came down with just one dog. She's SPCA. I'm a good dog owner, even though I haven't applied for a good owner's licence yet. I've now moved to Martin since August, and due to circumstances, we're living in emergency housing. And at this time, the place we were living, the owner, who has a farm dog, the dog had puppies, and I was looking after them. I've been gifted one. I'm due to come for some serious surgery next year, so he's gifted me this dog. So thank you for bringing up the others and looking after his. My issue is that I'm on limited income. He's got a farm dog, though he's not a farmer as such, but he put it out to the farm, which concerns us. So there's 3 dogs on the property. I take really good care. I've got a puppy that's due to be registered shortly, maybe 3 months. I was at the Hunterville Vets just getting him his inoculations, and they said I had to have a microchipped anti-sense, which I was going to do anyway. But I've just got the paper here, and there's nothing on here that says I have to have a microchip before I register him. So I'm a little confused about that, but I can find that out later. My concern really is that people on limited incomes, and including elderly, who may have 2 dogs, you know, $30 is going to be a little bit of a tough thing. We're on a very limited budget, working with the budget is now, and we have sort of like $18 left over after bills are paid, with allowance for food and petrol to go to work. So that's where I was coming from. In Auckland, you know, the problem there is pretty bad, and since I've been here, I haven't really seen much of an issue. I've seen a lot of dogs, but on leads. So I realise Rangitikei is, well, I'm getting used to the idea, is quite a big district, and so it's an overall ruling that you're looking at. But I'm just really coming from, is there sort of leeway for exemptions for you know, so like elderly who can't, you know, so it's, and even people in my position that are caring owners, you know, you don't see them as dogs, they're kind of extended rat bags of the family. So that's why I wanted to come be heard. You know, is there a possibility that there could be something for a exemption for people in hardship, you know, because it's pretty tough anyway. And $30 might not seem a lot to some people, but for others it is. And yeah, so that was my reason I wanted to come and have a chat.
Christine, are you happy to take questions from council?
Yes, of course.
Any questions from councillors? Sorry, I'm sorry you can't speak.
I can't speak.
No, you can't. This is just to advise all people that your comments are being copied along with the request part of that process. In light of the no direct questions to you, we take on board your comments around need and a possible exemption. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you for
The next one I have is Margaret Robinson. Margaret. Don't see her in the room. Is Margaret Robinson on the road? Ah, sorry, Lucy.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name's Margaret Robertson. As you know, I've come to speak about the dogs business. Now we had you say 3 dogs are annoying. Well, no, actually, you get one dog by itself, and it's bored and it'll bark. If you have 3 dogs, they actually keep each other entertained. Now, I can't see why people who have actually got 3 or more dogs now, is this law going to come in and hit them? Or is it going to come in for people that get more 3 dogs after the law comes in? And is the council going to let good dog owners, when they register their dogs, can we please have a leaflet out with that, not what's on the back of your registration, because that comes back into council, to let the owners know their rights, which is very hard to do, because if your dog is, say, a bit of a nuisance and you get a form and you just don't know what you mean to do, but you should know, you should have it written down in front of you to let you know. Yeah, so my main concern is this $30 is it going to come in after? But when it comes in, is it going to hit the people with existing 3 or more dogs? Or is it going to hit people with adding their dogs up to that, the new owners? And that's my main concern. Yes.
Margaret, are you happy to take questions from councillors?
Yes.
Any questions from councillors? So while they're thinking about that, I'll come back to you, Councillor Ash. Certainly we take on board your comment around existing rights and that we would need to be specific around that. Councillor Ash.
Thanks, Margaret. So I guess my question is, I understand you have more than...
No, I have 1 dog.
Oh, you have 1 dog. Okay. All right. My question might become a bit of a moot point then. But I was going to ask if you're aware of any, and you did hit the nail on the head with saying 3 dogs or more keep each other entertained. Is there the problem with having 3 or more dogs could be a nuisance for neighbouring properties? So I guess my question is, are you familiar with any techniques that can mitigate that can train the dogs so that it's not an issue for...
Yeah, I think the owners should, like I stopped my dog won't bark at anybody walking down the street. People can walk down the street, and he's only 2 years old and he won't bark. Because how I stopped him with that was with a water pistol. So every time he sees the water pistol, he knows, but now I don't even have to bring that out. I just say quiet and he just goes back to sleep. And so he doesn't bark. But we had a dog next door to me that barked at everything, but the owners never took it for a walk. So really it wasn't the dog's fault. And then we had owners 3 doors up, and they had 3 dogs, and they didn't do much with their dogs either, and one of their dogs used to just bounce off the fence, which was quite frightening for quite a lot of people, so they walked on the other side of the road. But funny enough, when that dog got out, it was everybody's mate. You know, it was just so really, it's up to the owners to train their dogs not to bark. And I've got a friend whose dogs just stay, you know, she can open the boot of the car and she's got more than 2 dogs, and they will not get out. Anybody can walk past with another dog, they will not get out. So really, it's all in the training. And I don't see why people should be charged an extra $30, you know, for more than 2 dogs.
I think I'm sure that answers the question. Further questions from councillors? No. Well, thank you very much, Margaret. Next person I have is Selwyn Stevens. Sylvan. I'm not sure, Sylvan, if you were in the room when I explained the process around public forum.
No,
So,
probably not.
so you have 10 minutes total time.
Yes.
How you use that 10 minutes is up to you.
Yes.
If you want to speak for the entire 10 minutes, that doesn't allow questions from councillors. Councillors can ask questions of you. You can't ask questions directly of councillors, nor can anybody else in the room direct questions. Thank you. The time is yours.
Thank you.
Welcome, councillor.
I've never spoken to a council before, so I don't know what the protocols are, apart from you just explained. So I have a few notes which I will need to prepare. I'm in favour of the law, quite frankly. And I've come to that conclusion because I've had a lifetime of experience working with dogs. Over in Fielding, there's a roundabout on the Bolton Road that has a statue in memory of Drovers, the early dog, Drovers and his dog standing in the statue. And those early Drovers in Manawatu, my father was one of them. And I started going with him in 1953 when I was just 8. By the time I was 13, I was droving stock on my own Saturday mornings with one little beardy dog. And I'm not saying I was any good at droving stock, but I am saying that dog was incredibly intelligent. Most dogs, in my experience, can be trained to be good dogs. I support a lady's view here before that says it's all about the training of the dog. It's not necessarily the dog's fault. When I came to Martin, which is 10 years ago now, I walked the streets of Martin as part of a rehabilitation program I was undergoing. And the number of dogs that barked, I found quite incredible. There was more noise in Martin than I'd ever experienced on any farm or on any droving job on the road. And that disappointed me. But looking at what was taking place, boredom seemed to me to be what was concerning the dogs. I've seen it on numerous occasions where the dogs will bark at pedestrians, visitors, birds that fly past. They are bored out of their brains. It's not the dog's fault, it's the owner's fault. They're simply not given the right training. You can't train an old dog. Young dogs need to be trained. I guess one of the worst aspects I've seen is multiple dogs chained to kennels on unfenced properties. Dogs slip collars, chains wear and break. Passerbys are very vulnerable to dog attacks. And you see a dog lunging out on the end of a chain, barking, it terrifies children and adults alike. So I guess in my experience, the worst cases of dogs doing that sort of behaviour are one dog on its own or multiple numbers of dogs. I don't think people have the time to train and correctly exercise large numbers of dogs. It simply takes a lot of time, a lot of commitment to train a dog successfully. It doesn't matter whether it's a sheepdog, a retriever, a corgi, or a rottweiler. It makes no difference. They all need training. And I very much support the 2-dog rule. I think they're companionable to each other. And the sight of what I would call muscle dogs, heavy-chested, broad-shouldered dogs lunging at the end of their chains isn't something I like to see in towns. I'd much sooner see well-trained dogs of whatever breed, but they need to be trained well. Owners need to put the time into it. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you quite happy to take questions?
Yes.
So the question from me, are you aware that council can't differentiate easily between types of dogs?
Yes.
The policy needs to cover everything. Thank you.
Yep.
Councillor Ash.
Just to clarify, thanks. So you're suggesting it's not the number of dogs at all that is the issue, it's the boredom and the training of the dogs that.
Boredom will affect any dog or dogs. It makes no difference. If there are multiple dogs, they start barking at each other. But my experience is a single dog will bark, pairs of dogs less so. Not none, because all dogs will bark at times, but there's far more barking with a single dog or multiple dogs. Once you get 3, 4, 5, they just entertain themselves. You know, and the only way they can do that is barking. You can't, what else can they do? Thank you.
Any further questions? No. Well, thank you very much for your
Thank you.
time. And the last speaker I have on the dog bylaw, Sylvia, thank you for coming to council.
Yes, my concern is I've got 4 dogs and I've done for over 20 years agility. So when you do dog agility, the dog can start when they're 18 months old. But by the time they're about 10, 12, you have to stop. So you always needed another dog to bring up for agility. And so now I stopped agility because of my age and I don't want to put my dog through that again. So I started up nose work. That's scent work. It's like the sniffer dogs in the airports. But even there, if you have a dog which gets from novice into intermediate, you need a dog to be in novice again. And then from intermediate, they go to advanced. So therefore, you still need about at least 3 dogs. And I'm the one, my friend said, my dogs can sit in the boot of my car. You can have your dog outside and play toys. My dogs won't jump out. I go down by the river for walks. If I see somebody coming, I whistle, they all come back, they all sit behind me, you can walk past me. Dog or no dog, bicycles, whatever. My dogs won't interfere with anybody. And so I don't think it would be fair if I would have to get permission to keep my 4 dogs and pay the extra $30. Because even at home, my whole property is fenced in, and I've got a gate at the top of my house and even a gate at the bottom of my house. So my dogs, if I'm not in the front, sometimes they are with me when I do some weeding or something, but most times I have even the top gate open and I tell them, you stay, and they stay there. They don't even move. They don't come to the front. And they don't bark. I mean, every dog has to bark once in a while, but they don't bark just for the sake of barking, because I can't stand unruly barking dogs myself. And so I don't want my neighbors have to accept unruly barking dogs either. So yes, that's about what I have to say about this dog amendment, or I try to do. Yeah, the other thing, in COVID, I bought 4 harnesses for my dogs. And I have 2 leads, they're double leads. So I walked from Mond Street to Huntley School with my 4 dogs in front of me. I can lead them with my 2 fingers.
Are you happy to take some questions?
Yeah.
So I presume you are classified as a good dog owner and have had your property inspected and those requirements?
Yes.
Thank you. Further questions from councillors? Councillor Belsham, followed by Councillor Gordon. Councillor Belsham.
Sylvia, in your walks around the area where you live, have you seen instances of multiple dogs on properties that aren't probably owned by such a good owner as yourself, causing concerns?
I had issues with my neighbor, but they only had 1 dog. or that's now their second one. And I used to say to them, you know, if that doesn't stop your dog barking 24/7 more or less, I go and call the ranger. And I nearly even got insulted by him, but I think maybe some other people must have complained because that dog now it's locked up all the time indoors. And it's more or less never outside, never gets walked. And to me, that's not the way to deal with the issue. A dog needs walk and not a dog needs stimulation. Otherwise, dogs are not happy. But other dogs in the neighborhood, sometimes I hear dogs bark, but not 24/7. But I don't really know where they live because I walk my dogs in Bulls at the river or Scott's Ferry.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gordon.
Sylvia, in your opinion, should there be another category for highly trained performance dogs? Because that's, I'm sort of throwing that out there.
Yes, that should be.
Okay, supplementary if I may. How would we define that?
Margaret, she's the treasurer from the South Rangitikei Dog Club. I'm the secretary of the South Rangitikei Dog Club. So I would suggest that maybe people have to come and show how they train their dog, because even a lot of people who come to obedience, they come once a week and then they think everything happens just like that. It doesn't. You need to go home and train daily. Even if it's 10, 15 minutes, that's all what's needed. But most people don't take that time.
Thank you. Let's do the questions from councillors. Thank you very much. We appreciate your skill. Is there anybody else in the room who expected to come along as a submission with regard to dogs? No. Right, what I might do is, first of all, just split up the receipt so that those people that have been here for dogs know that their submissions have been received. Would somebody like to move we receive the public forum submissions with regard to the dog? Thank you, Councillor Carter, moving. Thank you, Councillor Lambert, seconding. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Carried. Thank you very much. For those people that have been here with regard to dogs, you're welcome to stay if you wish. That is not a compulsory activity in terms of council, and we'll move on to issues relating to Taihape Memorial Park. Just wait a second for the noise. We'll now move on to public forum with regards specifically to Taihape and construction or potential construction of amenity facilities in Taihape. I'll ask Sarah Bell to come forward first. Sarah's president of the Taihape Lawn Tennis Club. That's correct, isn't it? Thank you, Sarah. The same rules apply. You have 10 minutes. So you use it. Thank you. Could somebody shut the door, please, so that we have the background noise? Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, councillors. My name is Sarah Bell and I'm the president of Lawn Tennis. I will also be speaking on behalf of Taihape Rugby as they weren't able to be here today. I would like to reinforce our position pertaining to the proposed amenities block. We do not want the amenities block to go on to be situated on or near our court, and that because that would mean that we will lose a court and we have a growing club. We see the best option for all Taihape groups that we have talked to is to have the amenities block situated underneath the grandstand, which is the heart of the rec area. You all have a strong mandate from the Taihape community to save the grandstand with a petition that was signed by 660 people, which is 42% of the entire Taihape population. Costs associated with the amenities block being situated over our tennis court are a new tennis court that would need to be built, and as it would take up the place of that, which could be close to $100,000. A new set of toilets to replace the horseshoe-shaped toilets that are currently beside the grandstand, which I think are due to be taken down. And also the playground. There's an upgrade of the playground that they're looking to put in this area. So having those amenities situated beside that would be good. Otherwise, you're going to have to pay for another new set of loos there on that side of the park. The proposed building of squash extension, which my fellow squash people will talk to soon, will also include amenities for several groups around the court area, namely tennis and netball, and a few others that we've just started talking to. For this reason, it's not a cost-effective option to place the amenities block on the court area. Second to this, there seems to be a few measurements around the build. There seems to be few measurements around the build and placement to properly assess its effect of the tennis club. With the veranda as well, this could actually impact on 2 tennis courts. And I kind of take issue with the council documents saying that it's adjacent to the tennis courts, which isn't quite accurate, because technically it's probably going to be on the tennis courts, depending on the plans that we actually see. I want to reiterate that the Parks User Group had flawed consultation by its design, namely group members with equal weighting and different usage amounts. At the last group meeting, there was 2 certainties explained to the members. There was going to be no top story on the amenities build, and the placement was definitely going to be at the court site, as opposed to anywhere else. As you can understand, this meant that the conversation was very different compared to if it had been explained that placement was still up for discussion. There was also an expectation that a final plan with measurements be given at the final meeting. And here I refer to the Taipu Memorial Park User and Management Group meeting, which was last held on the 16th of June 2020, with the last paragraph saying, Arno would report back to the architect with the suggested changes and request that a final plan include more detail and measurements. It was hoped that the architect would be able to present the plan at a final meeting with the option of 3D viewing. I was also surprised to find notes from a meeting that squash, tennis and netball had with the mayor last week be included in your council papers, as all of the people that attended that meeting felt that this was not a true and fair representation of the meeting or its intent. So let council know we wouldn't endorse those notes, and instead we wanted to speak ourselves. We see it as a cost-effective and easy decision to put the amenities block into the grandstand, giving the Taipu community what it wants and a more appropriate placement. And we're also really, really excited for the opportunity to work with squash and netball on this proposed upgrade of their building to get some facilities that netball and tennis are needing. We see this as a ground up movement compared to the top down approach that has happened previously. Thank you.
Thank you. Are you happy to take a question?
Yeah.
A couple of questions from me. The first question is with regard to my report. So I forwarded it to you looking for inaccuracy. Were there any inaccuracies referred back to me? I understand you didn't want to. You wanted to put your own case.
Yeah, we said we didn't want to endorse those meetings minutes,
So
so we didn't want to even get into it really.
Okay, so they are notes. Second question from me. As I understand it, your principal concern is around possible room for expansion in the future as the club builds in size.
that's not quite accurate, because at the moment we use all of the tennis courts. So if there is impingement on our tennis court, that will affect us, not even looking at expansion. But you are right. As a club, we have changed our structure somewhat, and we are going to more regular meetings. We have a strategy around growth and vibrancy for our tennis club, and so we are looking to grow, actively looking to grow. So not only can't we afford to lose a tennis court, we probably will need another one at some stage.
Questions from councillors? Councillor Gordon?
I have a number, Your Worship, so I'll start on the course first, if I may.
You need to be careful, because I want to just give you just speaking time. We do have 3.5 minutes.
Sarah, potentially there's 6 available courts on the court surface, but there's only 5. Would you like to comment on why the 5th, why the 6th is not available?
Because we can only use 5 at the moment, because there is a surface that sits over part of the tennis courts. From a disagreement between tennis and netball, let me finish, from when they didn't talk because of the damage that clubs of Taihepe had done. Thank you.
Can I just, if other councillors have questions, please let me know. I'll let you proceed until.
Okay, look, on our order paper in your submission, there's a piece in bold that says that you're looking at losing the courts on the Taihepe area school. Are you mandated to speak on their behalf?
No.
Have you sought to clarify whether that is even a true and accurate statement?
No, I haven't. But I mean, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter, because we still will lose with this proposal. We still will lose court space.
Your Worship, can I make a comment? I sought to clarify that.
I'm sorry, that's not the realm.
Okay, can I ask a question? Can I ask a question? Are you aware that the design brief with the Ministry of Education has not even been finalised for that school?
No, again, it doesn't really matter. Okay. Because at the moment we use those. If they go down, we won't have them, but we use all of the courts, including the TAS courts. So it still makes this proposal affect us.
Thank you. Just a question from any other questions? A question from me. Were you aware of a discussion that council had in terms of when it first looked at court space, that there was a discussion around the bowling club areas, but without a decision associated with it?
Yes, and that was originally why the previous president had decided to endorse the amenities. However, we now understand there is no funding in the long-term plan for said court. So therefore, this needs to be included in the discussion that we're having today.
Thank you. Any further questions? No. Well, thank you very much for your time. We'll take on board your position. I now have Daryl O'Hara and Mark McCord, guys representing the Taihepe Squash Club. Thank you for your time. Your time starts now.
Thank you for letting us speak. Mark McCord, Daryl O'Hara, representing Squash. So just to fill you in, we're impartial to where the builders. We don't see Squash should affect, or have a say in where that goes, either of them. So 2 months ago, we were given a change of lease because the bowling club is no more. So we've been lucky enough that council's given us a change of lease. And so the process then was to take that to our committee, who set up a subcommittee. And this is only, we only had 2 months to do this so far, and we just want to let council know where we're at, just in case, down the track you might think, well, why didn't you let us know what your plans are? So the subcommittee got together, we went away and we come back with 3 plans. One was to use the area that we've just got and make our lounge kitchen area larger, push out, put a multi-purpose squash court on that's got a movable wall that can be 2 courts, a full-size doubles court, or push it right out and it can be used for various other groups could even come in and use it. The second second plan was to do that, plus come down to the other end. We share our building with tennis and netball. So the second plan was to push out, put maybe a conference room, or if we've got another lounge up the other end. So whatever ideas we come up with, but it was to push out over there, push out our balcony, and then bring in tennis and netball to ask what they want, what their wish list would be underneath. And then one of our guys come up with an even grander, a big grand plan that was to bring in landscaping, car parking for camper vans, off-street car parking, bring tennis and netball up onto that level, and bring in possibly some 24-hour toilets, showers for camper vans and whoever else might benefit from that.
That's the plan that's in front of you now.
Yeah, so we brought tennis and netball together, and we've had a couple of 3 really good meetings in the last 2 weeks. And because of that, and because of the meeting with the mayor, we've it's got a wee bit bigger. Other groups came to a meeting, and it, they just can't believe. And this is, like I said, 2 weeks or a week. I think we had about 3 meetings, and it's been that positive. It's not funny, but we're not here to try and replace anything. We just want you guys to be aware of what possibilities are around our club, and we're going ahead leaps and bounds. And we've got a lot of farmers that really enjoy coming in because they can have a game of squash mixed with their mates, and we've got steak meals and all sorts of things going on up there now. So we've actually had to spread it, and we've had Councillor Gordon up. He's seen it in action. That's only one night. We've had to split it over 2 nights because it's that busy down there. So, and even with COVID this year, and we had to redo all the fronts of our courts. We've resurfaced and painted them. We've getting off track now. We were 3 months down this year on club usage, and we're up on our takings, up on everything from last year. So yeah, go for it.
One thing that we wanted to stress right from the start is we're in very early stages of it. Daryl's outlined that. So right from the word go, there was, when I was my time as president, the clubs are tie happy and the hub was underway. And unfortunately, the approach that was taken during that time created a lot of animosity between clubs, which Tie Happy has suffered badly because. So we've learned from those failings and the discontent it caused between some clubs. And so right from the outset, we wanted to collaborate with all of the clubs to get everyone on the same board. That's why we spoke to the mayor, to get everyone on the same page so that we could get a good level of collaboration. Tennis and netball were the obvious starting points because they're our neighbours, and we've since run an additional meeting from that to bring other park user groups in to indicate what our plans are, well, intended plans are. It's 3 plans that could be formulated around. We then learned at that stage that the positioning of the amenities block was up for discussion now. So we thought we'd bring forward our submission and our intentions for the councillors to have that as part of the big picture plan for the whole area, so that you can make an informed decision what all of the groups are intending to do. As Daryl alluded to, we're not here to replace the amenities bill. They're there to enhance it and give future options for the bigger picture plan for the entire area. So we've got 3 concept plans. One of them's in front of you. There's 2 others that Daryl has got that we can mould to whatever is required for our nearest neighbours, pending the decision of the amenities block.
Thanks, Mark. Are you happy to take questions? Just to, first of all, clarification from me. This is really an information process that you're wanting to put across to councillors rather than a specific request for something at the moment. Correct. Okay. Thank you. On that basis, councillors, do you have any questions? Councillor Wilson.
Just one thing. Thanks, guys. And you were saying that you're in the early stages of it, and that's great. It sounds pretty exciting. Do you really think you've got any sort of time frame on when you think this could be up and running? Are we talking 2 years, 3, 5? Any sort of hopes, aspirations, thoughts?
We'd hope
2 months,
yeah, 2 months and 2 to 3 years. Realistically,
yeah.
We're meeting with the Department of Internal Affairs to get on early December on the lotteries funding front to get that underway. From there, we'll then understand, we've got Michelle Fannin on board to guide us through the funding processes and how much, and from there, we'll need to know how much seed money we need up front, and then we can make a decision from that point. But that will probably be Daryl's already spoken to draftsmen and got base outlines for what's, and we'll probably next step will be concept plans, but we want to make sure that we've got all our boxes ticked before we progress. But realistically, 2 years.
Okay, good, thanks.
We've had Barry Copeland, he's visited the site, so he's given us a few ideas of what we needed to do. So, but tennis and netball and just getting the wish list there and deciding what we actually want to do, which we'll probably know a bit clearer after maybe this meeting, the way the groups are going to go.
Councillor Hira, Councillor Duncan, Councillor Hira.
Kia ora. My question is around the one of the concept plans that you've got, the document that we've got where it says the camper van with power. That drawing, that's all in the
green?
Yeah,
that one of the guys have come up with. Yeah.
Is that whole space where the Kokoko Street Hall is, or the old Taipi bowling covers?
It's in front of that on the bowling club areas there, and it's in front of that. Yeah.
Oh, yeah. So it's that, but it's not that hot because there's two different.
Yeah, I don't know. That was just his. He come back to our committee, and that's why we're sort of just putting it out here. And we haven't even been to the users of the bowling club yet. So it's just sort of got out a little bit out of, it's getting further out of control. So these groups are really happy that we're coming to see them, and we didn't actually extend out too far. So, but it's just, we got the equestrian and that even coming and thanking us for talking to them. Unfortunately, I couldn't come to one of our meetings, but it was only about 2 hours notice. So yeah,
there's a huge amount of potential.
Just be aware we're running out of time, and we've got 2 or 3 other speakers. I'll go Councillor Duncan first. I've got Councillor Gordon next, and Councillor Belsham if time permits. But we have only a bit over a minute left. Councillor Duncan.
Thank you, guys. Can you give us some ideas of numbers of the squash club, obviously, but have you got numbers for the other groups that you're talking to initially, your neighbours?
But you're talking, I think netball's got, no, I won't quote anything, but they've got 150 or 200, close to 200. We've got 100, and
tennis is similar.
Yeah.
Tennis is similar, about 100 members with a growing group, junior ranks, I believe.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gordon.
Yeah, my question is, and knowing some of the disharmony that's happened on the park previously, in the future, how do you stop a bad attack of big man syndrome when you have a change of president in the club and the flavour goes out the window?
So I rang Ben Thomas, they had a committee, combined sports committee, and it sort of fizzled out and went, and that was probably needed to keep going. And that's what we've sort of kicked off, and it doesn't really matter who's president.
And we have, sorry, I know we're limited on time. And one of the things that we have spoken about with tennis and netball is obviously we've got some good harmony there at the moment. That committee is one option, and we've probably set up a memorandum of understanding so that basically if there's personality changes, the bigger picture would remain.
I think because we've got about 10 seconds left, I'll let you start your question. We'll see where we go.
Is it like the chase, is it? Okay.
Pretty much.
Right. So you've stated you don't have any preference for where the new amenities go. Is that correct? Okay. And were you part of the user parks user group?
Yep, I was.
Right from the get-go?
I've been in there for about a year and a half, and that one and the what's it called, the Clubs Tiger is also rep for squash on there. So yeah.
Right, I'll close it there. Is there any other person that has indicated previously a request to speak with regard to public forum on any item? No.
Sorry, what was the question? Sorry.
I'll allow a question, we'll see where it goes, but I may rule to say no. Try it. What's the question?
Oh, sorry, I just wanted to know what the question was. Was it an open
for someone else to come up.
It's your question, Your Worship.
No.
Yeah.
You're requesting the right to speak. But have you informed council staff in any shape or form that you wish to speak?
I've just been in contact with Jill Duncan about coming along today in support of the Mainstream Committee.
So I just, to clarify what His Worship has said, those people who have spoken so far have requested to council they would like to speak in the public forum. His Worship recognises there are other people in the room and is asking if you would request council to speak as well, as the others have done.
Yes, please.
So there is a request, Your Worship.
Councillors, does anybody object to another speaker? I'll permit it. It is generally against the rules. So we'll see where we go. If you'd like to come forward.
I'll just see, there is actually 2 requests, Your Worship. Mr. Kippenmouth has indicated he may wish to speak.
Starting to get it out of hand.
Your Worship, could I just raise a point of order? We had an incident in this very chamber where a gentleman arrived to speak and you refused the option to speak to him and cited that staff had not been informed. So, I would be disappointed if we took additional speakers that were not informed. We've set a precedent at an early meeting, so I think we should be just a little careful.
I'll take on board your point of order and I'll rule that you are correct. I'm sorry. I won't allow any further speakers, that there is a process that you need to go through, and I accept the point of order. My apology to you, Councillor. Would somebody like to move then that we receive the balance of the public forum speakers? Thank you, Councillor Belsham. Councillor Gordon seconding. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Carried. In terms of the speakers that have spoken around the Taihape amenities block, grandstand upgrade, etc., we will be taking a Zoom call at 3:15, and we will deal with that item after that Zoom call has occurred. So that brings us to an end of public forum. I'll now call for apologies, leave of absence. I think everybody's here, so we'll deal with that. In terms of members' conflict of interest, I'll call for conflicts of interest. I will note that Councillor Duncan circulated to councillors acknowledging a perceived conflict of interest. I have, after discussion, consultation with the Chief Executive, ruled that she has the right to speak and vote as previously granted. Any further conflicts of interest that should be raised now or at a time later? Your options are there. Thank you. In terms of confirmation of the order of business, as I've said, we will take item 9, the upgrading amenities for Taihape Memorial Park, attachment 5, pages 45 through to 76, following or at a time suitable after the Zoom call from the architects. I acknowledge also that the council prayer will have been given at an earlier meeting today. Looking for any further items to change of order of business from staff? No, thank you. Confirmation of item number 6, confirmation of minutes. This is attachment 2, pages 21 to 46, looking alterations and corrections, page 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, which obviously includes the minutes of the meeting on 12th of November, the extraordinary meeting, 35, 36. Would somebody like to move those, the receipt? Thank you. Councillor Hero, were you seconding? Thank you very much. And who is moving? Oh. Councillor Panapo. Put those to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. Item number 7, the Mayor's report. This is attachment 3, pages 37 through to 39. I'm certainly going to take it as read, but a couple of additions from me. Noting, first of all, a plug, Market Day this weekend, acknowledging the Shamozzle, acknowledging the Tai Happy Motorbike Rally for St John's, acknowledging balls and the use of the centre, the photographic display, acknowledging and plugging, if you like, Jenny Greener's Grotto. There was a VIP night the other night, and I have attended and are attending a series of school prize givings, including the awarding of 2 scholarships at Rangitikei College. And I note that Tai Happy Area School has asked us to hold over the awarding of scholarships next year after meetings with the principal the last day or two. Take any questions around my report. Councillor.
I'm interested with your visit up to Whenuapai and what that might look like. I attended the meeting at Oaxaca, and obviously CEDA are doing a promotion up there. Are we part of that, or what is it? Yeah, what does our promotion look like?
So the mayors are going up. So I think the Mayor of Palmerston North is not going, and he's sending a substitute. So the Mayor of Wanganui, myself, and the Mayor of Manawatu will be there. There is a generic look at what the region has to offer. Each mayor has, I think, 5 minutes as a speaking slot and time. We are asked to not to take up any further additional promotional material. That's the request generated from the Defence Force. We're still putting that those speaking notes together. We've only sort of got the parameters of it in the last day or so.
Who will your audience be? Sorry, please.
We presume that the audience will be members of the Oaxaca Defence people that may be relocated, including their spouses. So obviously we will also, I'll tailor my comments to what our district has to offer, and highlighting that growth and potential jobs for the partners of those Defence Force people. Councillor Duncan.
I just wondered, Your Worship, if it would be appropriate just to put in with your notes that Christmas in the Park is this Sunday with our Framing the Future event that I think Galen and I are going to be.
Thank you very much. Inevitably forget some functions and events. Anything else? No, I'll so move. Looking for a seconder. Councillor Gordon, those in favour? Aye. Those against? Carried. Thank you very much. Therefore, moving on to the follow-ups from items from the previous meetings, it's attachment 4, pages 40 through to 44. And Gordon, are you to take us through this?
I can take questions if you like. There's quite a few of our names next to each of these items, so happy to take any questions, and I'm sure the others are.
Any questions? Otherwise, I'll just ask somebody to move the receipt of. Councillor Hero, are you moving the receipt? Thank you. Looking to second it. Thank you. Councillor Wilson seconding. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Carried. Thank you very much. Move to item number 10 then, the Chief Executive's report, attachment 6, pages 77 through to 111, and I'll pass to the Chief Executive.
Thank you, Your Worship. a reminder that this was formerly called the Admin Matters Report, and we've renamed it to be the Chief Executive's Report. There are 8 recommendations, and I'll speak to those items unless there is anyone who wants to speak on any of the other items that not have a recommendation. Well, I might leave that to the end, actually. The first is item 6 regarding the resignation of Jane Dunn and considering appointing another councillor to take up the duties that she formerly held. Oh, I'm told, sorry. So recommendations 2 and 3 relate to that. Seek your guidance.
We'll deal with this as we go through. Could somebody first of all move that the report be received? Councillor Gordon, Councillor Carter, those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Carried. And with recommendation 2 and 3, this is the appointment of permanent temporary replacements. Essentially 2 and 3 just agrees to hold these vacancies as listed until after the by-election. Are you prepared to move?
Yeah, I'm prepared to move that the council agrees to hold their vacancies until after the by-election. I think we'd be doing ourselves an injustice to try and temporarily fill those positions, not without knowing who may come on with a specific skill set to fill them.
Thank you. Look, Councillor Dalgety, were you prepared to second that? You wish to speak to it further?
I think I pretty much just said it after moving it.
Any speakers or questions with regard to this? Right, I'll put it straight to the vote. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Carried. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Worship. The next is Mokai Bridge, the licence to occupy. I'll ask Graham Poynton to speak to that on my behalf. Graham, item 7, Mokai Bridge.
Thank you. Mokai Bridge, as you know, was the base from which Mokai bungee jumping has been undertaken for 25 years or so. The company went into liquidation earlier this year, and the licence to occupy continues. However, by rearrangement within the company's accounting systems, the building, which is the part subject of that licence, now belongs to a third, though aligned party. That building is on the market for sale. The local runanga wishes to purchase and seeks council's consent in advance to a licence to occupy. I see no reason why we should not. There is no reason at law. It's a matter of economics and community views that I seek any comment on.
Take questions of the report first. Councillor Ash, was that a question? Go ahead.
So I thought Councillor Gordon was before me. I'd just like to know, I think for council, it's really important that if we're issuing any LTOs on any council property, that there is a benefit to the community of some benefit. Obviously, there's nothing in the report that suggests what the use is going to be, that land.
Can you just clarify the question for me, please?
How is the land going to be used? If we're offering an LTO, how is the land going to be used?
Any advice around that?
Nothing of any substance. The runanga is seeking a pre-consent or a conditional consent so it can advance its planning and proposals. It has nothing in particular at this stage, though there are possibly some commercial undertakings it can look into once it knows whether or not it can buy the building at a decent price, and secondly it can continue security of tenure.
Thank you, Councillor Gordon.
Yes, this site sits, as far as I'm aware, on a council road reserve.
It's not reserve, it's legal road.
Oh, it is legal road. Okay.
The reserve is dock land next door.
Okay, so it's legal road. It's a fairly iconic site. So when we as a council give out a license to occupy, does that actually exclude public access to the area?
Let's go back to the basic law, which is ancient. Nobody can put anything on a road.
Right.
It was a practical position taken by local authorities throughout the country that where there is no interruption to road use, a license to occupy is granted, always on the condition that it must be removed at the request of the road manager.
Okay, a supplementary question.
Now, okay,
Oh,
Councillor
sorry.
Wilson, I'll come
Sorry,
back to
I apologise.
Councillor Wilson.
I'm just seeking to move recommendation number 4 to engage in some conversation with it.
I'll go back to the
Okay.
supplementary question that it needs to be a question.
There are more assets on the site than just the building. For instance, there's a viewing platform that's connected to a historic bridge pier. One bridge. Is it just the building or is it the entire site?
Just the building we're asked for at this stage.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'll take your motion.
Yeah, looking to move as it's worded there, the chief executive be authorised and directed to. So I'm looking to move that.
Councillor Belsham seconding. Those in favour or discussion, do you wish to speak to it?
I do wish to speak to it because I think we're missing a key word here. And the key word is directed to negotiate and enter into a license to occupy. So, you know, there's been a lot of questions about what's this on the site, what's that on the site, and I'm sure within that, that information will be attained for council. So it's directed to negotiate and enter into. So I don't actually see anything wrong with the wording of the motion, and I think it makes perfect sense.
I'm a little bit confused. You said there's a key word missing and then you
No,
said
there's a key word in there, it's negotiate. The key word that I'm saying, there's a key word in there to negotiate. We're asking the chief executive to negotiate a license to occupy on this site. So I don't have anything wrong with the wording of it.
Okay. Take other speakers. Councillor Ash.
Yeah, I think actually more pertinent is the bit after it, which says enter into a new license to occupy. I don't think we're, for myself anyway, that I have enough information to be able to vote for this until we do actually know what the land would be used for. So I wouldn't be supporting that.
So you're speaking against. Councillor Belsham speaking.
I'm just speaking in favour of it, that we are authorising the chief executive to negotiate. So we put our trust in the chief executive to negotiate in the benefits of our district, and as that recommendation states, we will trust the negotiation of the chief executive.
Any other speakers? Go back to right or reply.
None required, Your Worship, I don't believe.
The vote. And those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? One, do you wish to record it? Okay, thank you. Carried, yeah, put the vote, those in favour. I've already put it.
Make sure that we carry down.
Great, got it.
Thank you. Sorry, I shouldn't have put them into my mouth. The next item is as a recommendation is regarding Short Street in Taihape. So Graham, for you again, Short Street.
I don't think I need to amplify anything Chief Executive's report says at all. I'm happy to take questions.
Any questions? Councillor Gordon first. Councillor.
Thank you, Worship. Yes, I'll speak in favour of where we're heading, but I have a question around where the current Dixon Way Road corridor begins and ends. And the reason why I ask is that where Short Street, the nominal Short Street, intersects with it, there is an old quarry. It's very limited in size, but effectively it almost undermines the road. So my real question is, will the maintenance of Dixon Way fall on us or the new owner if we go ahead with the sale? And the liability, of course.
The the common law, which again is ancient, says anything on land below other land, anything done by owner of land below other land, which affects that land above, the owner is liable. So it's a common law rule that risk above belongs as much to the one below as it does above.
Could I ask a supplementary, Your Worship?
Yeah.
Could the exact boundary, well, I suppose it will be clarified, just so that everyone knows what everyone's getting into?
The exact boundary must be surveyed as part of the road stopping process. The data that you will have from Lynn's current data, which are produced in there, is as accurate as we can be. Last time we looked, that was within 50 millimetres margin of error.
Can you just illustrate on the map exactly which piece of land you're referring to? Because I suspect there is confusion around. So we have appendix on page 87.
Oh, thank you, Mrs. Gordon.
And we're referring to. Sorry?
Next year, you're a good one.
You can just show.
Yeah, show them.
I did. I thought you saw it. Let's go dictionary. There we go.
Because when I read the report, it's actually not clear as to, am I being a little bit slow here? Did anybody else have a similar difficulty? And I have driven the road and I wasn't 100% sure. And I presumed that that's what it was, but I just want to make sure that councillors are aware of the scale and location.
If I may comment, Your Worship.
Yes.
Even the fenced boundary that on that short street area is not on the boundary line currently. So it's real local knowledge stuff. If you want to, the best thing we could do is to have an overlay aerial photograph on that, and then you'd be able to see it, but it probably won't make much difference to the outcome.
And the owners of 39 and 53, are they joint owners? How they go to share?
One is a company, one is the principals of the company personally. They are proposing to amalgamate all of their land under one ownership. I understand. I don't know that for sure, but that was part of the comment.
Okay, that starts to explain it here, because I was trying to understand how the owners of 39 and 53 could be sharing it between themselves on a practical sense, because it wasn't a piece of land sitting between them. Any further questions of the report? No? Is somebody prepared to put a motion on the floor? Councillor Gordo.
Oh gosh, I forgot to think from me. Yeah, I move that we approve the stopping and sale of the unformed short street as to the wording of the motion.
If we are seconder to that, Councillor Duncan seconding, do you wish to speak to it?
I do know, sure, I know the area of ground. Yeah, like the report says, you never build a house on it. It's a steep piece of ground that's currently grazed by both of the adjacent owners to keep it tidy, and it's almost an encumbrance.
And in your opinion, would it impact on the cemetery or at all?
No, it's at the opposite end, Your Worship. The cemetery on the picture is the right-hand end.
Yeah. Any other speakers? Otherwise, I put it to a vote.
We do, Your Worship. You had some clarity questions earlier. Do you feel, I know we've had a mover and seconder, do you feel that the motion contains clarity?
Now that I understand exactly what piece it is, but the question is, that you're putting to me is, would somebody reading this then have a clarity around exactly what parcel of land we're talking about?
Yes.
And I'd have to question that. So what I'd ask officers to do, I think all councillors now understand which block of land it is. So what I'd ask council staff to do is put some note against the decision to clearly illustrate what parcel of land it is. Thank you. That, yes, thank you. I take on board your reservation. Right.
I've got a question regarding this topic.
Go ahead.
So have there been conversation with the people in number 9? Number 9, which obviously boundaries this bit of land on the other side. You've got 39 and 53, and you've got the section of number 9.
Through your worship, yes, we have.
So they don't want it?
No, they certainly don't.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Right, I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. Thank you very much. Move on.
Thank you, Worship. Section 6, I'll ask Carol to speak on. It's relating to the potential renaming of Martin Park. Carol.
Thank you. I might even refer to George if you have some hard questions.
Yeah.
He wrote this part for me. So this came out of a request from the community committee to look at the renaming to recognise Dick Hearn's contribution to rugby. So as part of the long-term plan engagement, we did an online survey, and we also had little cards that people could fill out, and we did that when we were in venues around Martin. So the outcome of that survey is on here, and I think just a point to note, the word memorial was asked of us after the initial request, so which is why the option 2 doesn't reflect memorial in that piece there. So happy to take any other questions if I can answer.
I'll take questions first, but then I'd be really wanting somebody to put one of the options on the table for discussion. Councillor Lambert.
Hey, so as per the comments there, I really question why this has become a council decision. I would have thought it was a Martin community one. I wouldn't feel comfortable voting on what Martin people want as not a Martin resident.
Remembering that you're representing the entire district.
I do, but I just want that noted.
Councillor Belsham.
Look, there's been a significant amount of work put into this, and the report, when we look at within the report, there is a strong outcome when you put the 2 submissions together based around I support Martin Park to be renamed Dick Hearn Park, and I don't support renaming Martin Park, but one of the fields. So actually, if you put that together, that's probably the majority decision. So in light of that, I would be prepared to move recommendation 6.3 that we rename the field, the rugby field. And I would like to state it as being the number 1 ground. We rename it Dick Hearn Memorial Field.
Do you have a seconder to your motion? Thank you, Councillor Carter. You're seconding. Just check, are there any further questions or clarifications around the report? Councillor Duncan?
Yes, my question is, with a total of 204 respondents, is that what we're calling a strong mandate out of the population of what is Martin? Is it 6,700 or something?
I think that's a question that you save in regard to your argument, because that's perception view of each councillor. Any further questions?
I've actually got a question on, sorry, I'm supportive of Councillor Belsham's suggestion. The naming of the field, I wonder if it's almost an amendment to the motion that the rugby club rooms be given the option of naming the field and all the club rooms. And I just wonder if it's almost not quite right, because I really think we need some input from the rugby club direct on this. We're going to signal that we've gone back to the club rooms, to the club. We've been out to the community, and this is a strong field. But I think we should just actually talk to the rugby club, because the and/or grandstand may not necessarily be it.
Can you give me some words about your
Well, I think
amendment?
that the chief executive or parks or property or whoever is involved in that space, or staff in general, discuss with the Martin Rugby Club the option of naming the number 1 field and/or club rooms Dick Hearn Memorial. And then whichever they choose, we do. Be nice and simple, nice and tidy.
Have you got a seconder to that amendment? Thank you, Councillor Lambert, seconding. Yes, please. Can we just hold 5, please, so we get absolute clarity around.
On this one, it's, should Martin Rugby Club so decide, so request. Yeah. So
they put the amendment up.
Yeah, the proposal, just while it's being done, is on 6.3. 6.3. It's exactly the same. Rename the rugby fields, or rename the number 1 rugby field. Dick Hearn Memorial Field should Martin Rugby Club agree.
It's not quite the amendment that you put forward.
Sorry, if I can just speak to that. The intention was that we rename the rugby field and or club room. Should with the agreement of the Martin Rugby Club.
Oh, rugby fields and or club. Yeah.
One or other, but give the Martin Rugby Club the option to choose. One.
The other.
Take away that. Rename one or more of the rugby fields and or club rooms. Okay, so take away would be. Keep going. Just and so take and out. Should Martin Rugby Club agree?
Just happy with it, but just maybe we've got after rugby club rooms it says and or, we could just take out the and just so that they either name the rugby club rooms or field or club room.
Rugby field or club rooms.
Yeah.
Do you want one rugby club? Do you want more than one rugby field?
No.
Let's take
It's got name number one.
Rename one or more.
Okay. Above the amendment.
One. Number 1.
Yeah. Rename number 1 rugby field. Sorry, Your Worship.
Right. Before we get these things correct.
No, that's right. So rename one or more of the rugby fields.
Number 1 rugby field.
Yeah, number 1 or more of the rugby field. So rename number 1 rugby field would be good. Yeah. I think that's pretty good.
After Dick Hearn, then we better just put after Dick Hearn, we take out the rugby field. Should the rugby club agree?
Okay, so
that could be both.
Right, so that's moved by
and seconded by Councillor Lambert. And I was quite prepared to accept it
Yes,
as
I'm happy with that wording. If my seconder is, yep. Yes, period.
So are people happy if I put the amendment straight to a vote?
Do we get to speak to it?
Sorry, we can speak to it. Yeah.
Obviously, I'm all for celebrating all our wonderful people that we've got through the district. I think it's a really, really important thing that we do. However, I think this particular one's a little bit premature, given we haven't actually spoken to Martin Rugby yet in regards to this. And so actually going, this is what we're going to do if they agree, it's kind of premature. Should have actually spoken to the rugby club first. And given the response that we had from the engagement process, we actually had 56% of people suggesting that they either wanted Martin Park to remain Martin Park or supporting remembering Dick Hearn in another way. So
I think the argument then comes back to the substantive motion rather than the amendment too. So if you're suggesting in your argument that you want a different form of memorial or no memorial at all to Dick Hearn, then that, in my view, would probably be the correct place to voice that concern rather than through the amendment. Any other speakers to the amendment? Now I'll put the amendment to the vote. Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Carried. Now we go back to the substantive motion, which will now include the amendment. So yes, it does. So the amendment actually becomes the motion, but because it's listed as an amendment, the motion then would sit under the mover's original motion, which was Councillor Belsham in the first instance and Councillor Carter. So I'd go back to the speaker, Councillor Belsham. Do you wish to?
The first speaking rights? Yeah, okay. So there has been 3 requests and 2 of those requests come from life members of the Martin Rugby Club. So I would suggest there is quite a lot of support from the Martin Rugby Club for this proposal. And what this does is opens an opportunity to either allow the field or the rugby club to be renamed. So it puts the ball in the rugby club's hands, and I think, excuse the pun, I think that's an apt way to come out with a decision, and we're supportive of that process.
Taking the, sorry, I'm just doing 2 things at once here. Any further speakers to the motion? Does everybody understand my rule in here? The motion was first put on the floor by Councillor Belsham. There was an amendment sought, which was passed, which effectively becomes the motion, but it reverts back to the substantive motion moved by Councillor Belsham. Therefore, he has speaking rights first. Any other speakers to the motion? Okay, no speakers, so therefore no right to reply. I'll put it to the, but Councillor Ash, you indicated that you wanted to really speak around another potential option or highlight a concern.
Oh,
this is your opportunity.
Yeah, my concern was just that I thought it was premature suggesting this if we haven't actually spoken to the rugby club, and hearing from 1 or 2 life members does not necessarily suggest they're speaking for the club. What I also heard from the community when I was speaking with them in regards to this is they didn't feel naming the park or even a field after Dick Hearn was appropriate for some of them, because the park is used by so many different users. It's not just all about rugby. A lot of people suggested that they'd like to see it in some other way, but I think a conversation with the rugby club as to what that looks like is the first place we need to be having that conversation, whether that's a plaque or a seat or something within the park that commemorates Mr. Hearn's engagement with the club. And I think it's important that he's celebrated, but I think this is premature.
Any other speakers? Councillor Hero.
Okay, I'm just understanding this in my head. So there's been 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different options. If I wanted to put, so one councillor has put up an option. If I wanted to put up another option, then I would have just gone through the same process. Is that correct?
Well, the option would be for you to foreshadow a motion, which would then come into effect if this motion was to fail.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
Speaking to the motion as it's written, the wording says, should Martin Rugby Club agree? So we're not going to go and tell Martin Rugby Club what we're going to do. We're going to say, we've been out and consulted. Here's an option. What do you guys think? So we're going to go and ask Martin Rugby Club if they agree. And they may turn around and go, look, actually, we'd really just like to put a plaque with a seat or seat with a plaque on it. which case I'd expect us to say, yep, that's great, you go for it, guys. So, you know, the key word, again, should Martin Rugby Club agree? We're not going to go and enforce or dictate to them. We're just going to ask them, here's an option that's come out of the consultation process that we've been through. We've had, we can show them all the consultation documents and go back to them and say that. So I think that the motion as it reads and as it's been seconded and is now the substantive motion is fine.
Any other speakers to the motion? Right, I'll now go back to writer of reply. Councillor Belsham.
Thank you. Backing up Councillor Wilson's comments there, that this is speaking with the Martin Rugby Club and getting their okay to make a decision either on the field or the club room. So I think it's the apt outcome. We need to show that we're prepared to support some recommendations that come from the committee, and this is a wise way of doing it.
Now put to the vote. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Thank you very much. Moving on. Just in terms of timing, councillors, so we have a Zoom call at 3:15. So could staff be aware that probably we will adjourn at hopefully just after this item at say 5 to 3, just for those that need a cup of tea or something. Was that, are they on track for that?
See you through.
Just warn them that we're probably stopping just before 3. Right, please just wait for the.
Okay, thank you. Item 10 on my report is a request from the Hunterville Sport and Recreation Trust. You'll see that in my report, Your Worship.
Councillor Dalgety, are you recording a conflict of interest with regard to this item? Thank you very much. Appreciate your position.
Thank you. The attachments explain it in quite detail, including a report that went to the Assets and Infrastructure Committee in September, written by staff. And really, I seek council's guidance on whether or not we should fulfil that request, noting that there is in my report, we'll try to find it, there is a fund that we have available that it could fit into.
Any questions?
Do you want to question, Your Worship, prior to there being a resolution?
I'd prefer to take questions first, and then somebody else.
I do have a question. The recommendation advice is for additional $10,000 for funding to cover operating expenses. During previous conversations, there's been a discussion around power at the site, and I note in the report that equates to nearly $10,000. Is it a possible suggestion that the council look after the power, noting that there are other facilities that they use? Is that a possible solution to it? Noting that there is power that goes into which this facility is paying for and the trust is paying for, but it's actually paying for some power for some other bits and pieces that are on council assets up there. Would that not be a solution going forward, that council pay the power for the trust and the site?
Chief Executive answer that one.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Galen. Do you see any operational obstacle for that being an option? The only thing that I would say, Your Worship, is that we would need to monitor that, and because if it suddenly went to 15,000, then it would need to be disclosed.
I do have a question, and I would certainly give speaking rights to Councillor Dalgety because she's probably best able to respond to this. So in terms of the Hunterville Sport Recreation Trust, the statement of receipts and payments for the year ended 31st of March 2020. The way I read your accounts is you're indicating an operating surplus of 147,000. And so you're coming to council and saying because you're predicting a drop in receipts, but there's no accompanying budget. And I just question, when you have had that level of surplus, as to why you would need or predict a deficit.
If you go to the, what page? Page 108, basically that money is being given to us for the renovation of the changing rooms at 138,000.
Yeah.
And we also have, we've now spent 50,000 to reconcrete and fix up the pool itself.
So you're saying that of the 147,600 odd that's identified as surplus, 138,000 of which is a direct result of obligated work
going forward.
So your net surplus would have been of the order of 9,000 last year. There is above and beyond that work. And the accompanying question from me is, when you're predicting a deficit this year on a draft budget that we haven't seen, prior to the swim season that finishes probably March, April. I'm just not 100% confident around the need.
So basically we've got operational funding of that 65,000, and then our costs in a normal year are at 76,000. So that is the 10,000 deficit.
Okay.
And we've been basing that request expecting that we are going to have some increased costs along the lines of extra training and extra wages.
Okay. Councillor Gordon.
Yeah, mine is an operational question for staff through the Chief Executive. When we fund groups such as this to undertake roles, do we fund in advance or after the fact for things like operating surpluses?
Question. I don't know the answer to that.
We don't have set rule.
Do you know?
Most of them are at the start of a season, or it might be part way. If there's a 3 monthly payment, it might be part way through. I can think of about 3 different ones, and they're all slightly different depending on the MOU with the group.
I might just make a comment. If it's a grant, it's to a large extent the timing's not that important. If it's a recoupment of costs, then it's slightly different, and then it would be after the event, so we know what the actual costs have been.
At the moment, we're taking questions. Councillor Ash, Councillor Belsham, Councillor Ash, and I'll just get drunk of that.
Just wondering whether or not we still have staffing capacity within council to actually support organisations to apply for external funding, such as Pub Charity, for something like this. Was something that used to happen, whether it be through council staff that were here or through the MOU partners, would support organisations for funding. Does that still apply?
I'm not aware of a staff member that is supporting the community for that. Unless any of my team are aware of any of their teams do.
I know some of the MOU partners do, yes, like Taihipi Community Development Trust, for example. Yeah.
Councillor Belsham, I think you're next.
Just a couple of questions. So this increase of 10,000 to basically cover the power, is it a one-off payment, or is it a request to extend the funding on an annual basis? So I guess that's a question of the trust.
You answered.
Yes, I would assume that these operating costs are likely to be at this level going forward, and so no, it's an annual request.
So subsequent to that, the repairs and maintenance of $14,000 included in that, in the receipts and payments, did they include a one-off major repair, or is that going to be a continuing figure to cover repairs and maintenance on an annual basis?
I'm not sure exactly what that refers to. However, we are taking a 1920s pool up to 2020. We have done considerable amount of work. So what has been put in maintenance versus CapEx? I'm sorry, I'd have to ask that question. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Kemps. Do you wish to comment?
Just an observation that from the council's electricity management point of view, we've been advised there will be increases in certain unit rates for electricity starting 1st of July. I just want to avoid the issue where we might go and say, yes, we'll give 10 grand now. If the trust's power bill becomes 13 grand and we're back here in 12 months' time for another 3 grand. But there may be an increase in electricity unit charges in the next 12 months.
I guess the question from me to councillors as the chair is, do you feel as though you have enough information to be able to make a decision, irrespective of the merits of the club? And I think all of the councillors wholeheartedly support what Hunterville does. But is there anybody who feels like they don't have enough information to be able to make a decision today? Councillor Gordon.
Got a further question, if I may, Your Worship. With grants such as this to bodies that do stuff for us, we normally have an associated council report actually giving, that independent look. And have I missed something, or was it in a previous order payment?
Hasn't come in front of you. No.
Okay, right. Thank you. That's right.
Councillor Belsham.
So I'd be prepared to put that the council approves the request from Hunterville Sport and Recreation Trust for the additional $10,000, and if approved, would be funded out of other operating expenses. I would also like to see or foreshadow a second motion to include that the trust payment, annual trust payment, is reviewed to take extra charges into it. So that would be a secondary motion.
I'll take the first one. Look, I need a seconder to that. Councillor Hedera is seconding it. As chair, I'm quite happy for this to proceed. I've raised the issues, so everybody's aware of the issues. I'll let you speak to it. Have you got a question, Councillor Ash, or are you wishing to speak to a motion?
Speak to it.
Okay, well, first we'll move our speaks first.
Okay, well, it's just to state that these trusts are put in to look after and run our assets as a community, and I think they do a fantastic job. And in the report, it does show that they're getting external funding to improve the facility. So I think we should be fully supporting their endeavours to make sure that they operate on a stable financial basis, and hence the reasoning for supporting this.
Councillor Ash, you wish to speak to the motion?
Yes, certainly. I absolutely agree with what Councillor Belsham was saying. I love what the Hunterville Trust do. I think it's hugely important for our communities and keeping everybody active. However, I don't feel comfortable with this this motion. Just looking at a couple of figures there, it works out to be about $56 per swim, which I think is quite excessive, and I feel quite uncomfortable that every time we need more money, it's immediately to the council requesting money, but this is all, it's all ratepayers' money, and we need to be really cognizant of that, and also be aware that there's external funding available. Is it possible potentially to look at how we support organisations to apply for external funding so this doesn't further hit the ratepayers in their pocket? I mean, I love what they do. I just don't feel this is the right right way to go about it.
I'll speak in support of the motion. The trust routinely applies for external funding. I think they do such an amazing job, and the role they provide is incredible in terms of $56 per person per swim. That's related against a major capital build.
It's based on 75,000 per year OPEX.
So I'm speaking for Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, just seeking a little bit of clarity from the original mover. Was that an additional one-off 10,000, or is that an additional 10,000 going forward? Because if it's a 10,000 going forward, that perhaps circumvents your subsequent motion.
No, it's not. It's a one-off.
One-off.
So we just have, there's a secondary motion coming.
Just looking to get some clarity on. If that's a one-off payment, yeah, I'm supportive of the motion.
And we've had 3 speakers for the motion. Is there anybody else speaking against the motion? No, right, I'll put it back to you, right on side.
Look, the cost of swim per dollar for operational costs for swimming pools, you'd be surprised at what it actually costs to swim at the Martin Pool if you broke that down. So I think this is just inherent across public swimming pools, and I think they provide a great facility, so we need to support them.
Right, I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Carried. Yeah, listen, I'll just make the point. The Chief Executive has raised, should I have asked Councillor Ash as to whether she wants a vote recorded against? The standard process within the council is I don't ask that. If you do wish that, you ask it of the chair. Councillor Goshen.
So whether it has to be a resolution or a takeaway for staff that the trust operational costs be reviewed to ensure that it's sustainable. If it's required as a resolution or a recommendation, I'm happy to move that. Or is that something that would happen on an annual basis anyway?
My understanding is that it would be part and parcel of normal process with the MOU.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure that would be required.
No, I'm happy.
Is that your view?
Yeah, you're already committed to reviewing this trust deed. So
Yeah.
it will be part of this.
Where that's already been previously requested, I think it came out of assets, so that'd be.
Councillors, what I might do, even though we've just about dealt with this item, I'm just aware that this Zoom call will come at 3:15. So what I'll do is adjourn now. We'll start again at 3:15 with the Zoom call. We will need to deal with that. Then I'll come back and finish this. Then I'll go to item number 9 and deal with it. I know it's splitting it up a little bit, but I think otherwise we're going to be in a position where we've only got 5 minutes for a cup of tea, or those who want to go to the toilet. So for those online, I'll adjourn now at booking to resume as part of a Zoom call at 3:15. Thank you very much, councillors. Thank you. Can you resume? So at the moment, Mr. Copeland, who is meant to be zooming in, is not alive on air. So we'll look to finish the Chief Executive's report. And I think we are up to item number 11 on that, which is Paradise Terrace. Yeah, oh, here it is. You're wrong. Thank you. Forgive me, Your Worship. All right.
Graham, we're on to Paradise Terrace.
So we're back live with regard to the item on the Chief Executive's report with reference to Paradise Terrace. Are there any questions of the report? Yes. I have one question. So when you talk about the site, it's not ideal for housing, and I agree. It drops off quite severely down the bank, and so there will be a limited building platform. And you refer to a stream or an open drain. However, what I would question is there appears to, I went and had a look at the site, and there appears to be a sewage sump clearly in the middle of it. Have you checked the infrastructural services against?
As shown on the overlay, a heavy red line coming across with the round dot.
Yeah, okay.
Is the sewage manhole.
That is the sewage manhole. So further to that, to all intents and purposes, that is the building platform that would be possible, which would encompass onto that area, wouldn't it?
Correct.
Yeah.
So they're effectively, as you suggest, there is no building platform or no viable building platform.
Yeah, that was my interpretation from a site visit. Are there any further questions? Councillor Gordon, followed by Councillor Dalgety. Councillor Gordon.
I meant to check the site myself, Your Worship, this morning, and it was one job that fell off the list. If we were to drive into Paradise Terrace, is this property on the left or the right?
As you drive up the street, it's on the right. It's number 2. It's just on the first bend that heads around to the left. Councillor Dalgety.
I'm just interested in terms of the valuation, and is that with the council object? Is that something you would do?
That would be up to the Chief Executive to object. My personal view is that the recent valuation, which shows quite a dramatic increase, is probably not a realistic valuation in terms of the saleability of the site, because it couldn't be used as a building platform. Councillor Duncan.
I'm sorry, but I just actually, can you give me the page that report is on that Graham's looking through? 83, thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Dalgety, you looked as though I've cut you off. If you've got a further question. Any further questions of the report? Does somebody then want to put a motion on the table? Councillor Gordon.
Yes, I'll move this is the resolution. The recommendation, that's the proper words. Thank you for that. That's above on the board. That's Chief Executive be authorised to negotiate a sale of the property to Paradise Terrace, having regard to the following, etc.
So all of those 8.1, 8.2, 3 are in effect conditions imposed on the Chief Executive to check. So you're prepared to move that?
Yes.
Looking for a seconder. Councillor Duncan, you seconded. Do you wish to speak to the motion?
No, I don't. Property has a number of issues around it. And I think that it's a very good report that spells out those quite clearly. So I'll just leave it there.
I'll speak to it. I did go and have a look at the site. I did meet with the owner purely by chance, or the next door neighbour. It is immaculate. He looks after it incredibly well. Obviously, he's able to get some use out of it. He's able to park a vehicle there if he wished, but I think he just maintains it really for the good of the street. So I'm supportive of the motion. Any other speakers? I'll give you the right of reply even though I'm
not needed, your wish.
I'll put it to the vote. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? The motion is carried. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That effectively tidies up all of that. And we now move to accepting a Zoom call with Mr. Barry Copeland regards. Barry, I see you're online. Can you take yourself off mute, please, Barry? This is a trap for all players, isn't it? We can't hear you. It is.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you now. You've got full council in front of you, Barry, and just a warning, you are being live streamed.
Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. And I can hear you. Thanks. Sorry, I can't be with you in person.
Thank you. As I understand it, Barry, you're available for some questions around your report and possible building platforms. Is that correct?
Yes, correct.
Is there anything that you would like to bring to our attention before we ask councillors if they have questions of you?
Well, there are a few things that to discuss. I think one of the things that occurs to me, having gone through the exercise of looking at the grandstand, new building, putting amenities in the grandstand or having them in a separate building, is that maybe that there are sort of two solutions there, which are kind of polarized extremes. And maybe it's worth thinking about a possible solution which combines the two. In other words, if you try and put all the amenities into the grandstand, it's a bit like trying to get a quart into a pint pot. I'm not sure that it's going to be able to hold everything that's required, particularly since I see that the rugby club members are thinking that 4 changing rooms is not necessarily enough all the time. So it does occur to me that it would be possible to make a smaller, newer building outside, and then then enable the grandstand to be restored, and for a more relaxed arrangement of facilities, amenities, put inside it.
Barry, a question from me. In terms, are you suggesting that the facilities that have been discussed at length with the user groups around their requirements, are you suggesting to me now that they would not fit under the grandstand?
Yes, most of them would. We managed to get in about 250 square meters of space under the grandstand. But what we ended up with in the new building was 300 square meters of space. And what was different there was what we couldn't include was there was an office, there was control room, there was a shop, a physio room. Most of the other things we could get in.
Okay. Okay.
But the other thing is that we need to do a lot more investigatory work on the grandstand first to get to grips with what's involved in restoring it before we know exactly how we can fit things in as well.
Okay, a supplementary question from me around that. You have supplied us with some costs for a new build.
Yep.
And how confident are you around that build cost and process?
Well, we've made a preliminary design of that, which is quite detailed. And we've worked with a quantity surveyor we've worked with on many of our projects before. So I'm pretty confident that he's got in his budget a realistic cost for what we have designed and the specifications and so forth that will be required. In the costs of comparing that with the cost of the restoration of the grandstand, he's included a bigger proportion of contingency costs there because we just don't know yet how extensive the deterioration of it is and how much of it has to be renewed. We need to make the investigatory reports first to find that out. And once those reports have been made, a more accurate estimate can be prepared.
Okay, thank you. Look, I don't want to dominate this session, so I'll ask councillors whether they have any questions of you. Councillors, questions, please. Councillor Gordon speaking.
Good afternoon, Barry. My question is around the level of contingency required to investigate and fix the unknowns in the grandstand site. We have a building that's 90, is it 96 or 94? It's very old.
Yes.
But if we are going to put any form of new structure in it, or even to maintain the current structure, it has to be effectively brought up to code and made safe.
Yes, correct.
So I see in our order paper at the beginning of the, on page 46, there's $127,000 contingency in there. But how accurate is that? Is it possible to make?
Okay. In the cost of the grandstand, there are two issues, estimates there. One is for professional fees, which I think is at about 20% of the value. And that includes the costs for investigatory work to start with. And we've obtained pricing for that investigatory work. A seismic assessment by a structural engineer, which is crucial. A conditions survey, opening up of the building, identifying the timbers and so forth by a local timber expert, a builder. A geotechnical report from, which is again would be by physically testing around the building. And as recommended by Bruce Dixon, the conservation architect, a conservation report, all of which would be something which would give a really very clear picture of what the exact state of that building is now, and something that would be a value in the submission to Heritage New Zealand. Once that's there, it would be possible to make a much more accurate assessment of the costs of restoring it. Because at the moment, the QS is saying, well, I don't know this, I don't know that. The structural report was last done in 11 years ago. There's a lot of unknowns. I'm going to put a contingency in of 20%, which is a big contingency. But once we know more accurately what's there, that contingency will come down, but the cost estimate might be different. It might be less, it might be more, but the degree of accuracy will be better. I hope that explains it.
Supplementary, Your Worship, or is there another question?
I'll go to Councillor Dalgety, Councillor Duncan, come back to you, Councillor Dalgety.
Just to clarify, so those reports you just referred to, the seismic condition and geotech, will they be required by Heritage New Zealand if we want to get the building listed anyway?
Yeah. Yes, I believe that's the case.
Thank you.
Councillor Duncan.
Thank you. Hello, Barry. Thank you.
Hello.
I have done my own figures around what's in here with the contingencies, but basically overall, I mean, there's the 20%, which is 127,000. There's the 100,000, which is popped in for if the building was to go under the grandstand, and then there was a 65 I see was added to that, so that came to a $292,000 contingency, just on my rough figures. But what I'm saying is, you've basically, all of those figures have been put into your new report, which comes up with the 3 million and 6 roughly for the grandstand, and 3 million and 5,900, is it, for the amenities block? So those are, you've covered that off already, haven't you? So and that covers all those investigative reports
yes.
to get to that point. So really,
yes, so those two figures, you've got a 3 million and 6 figure and a 3 million and 59 figure.
yes,
The 3 million and 6 figure is for restoring the grandstand and putting all the amenities inside it.
yes,
And the 359 is for restoring the grandstand, having an empty shell inside it, but then building new amenities. But what you have to remember, though, is that the new amenity building is about 300 square metres, but the amenities inside the grandstand is only 250 square metres. So if you like, in broad terms, it's roughly $1 million to restore the grandstand, and it's roughly $2 million to build the amenities, to put the amenities wherever you decide.
thank you.
Councillor Gordon, back to you.
Yeah, my supplementary question for you, Barry, is around the boundaries of the unknowns.
Yes.
And you said the more investigation we do, the less the contingency is.
Yeah.
Would it be unfair to try and second guess what those boundaries might be above or below where the current number sits?
Well, it's always frustrating when we talk to a quantity surveyor and he says, you know, the contingency is 20%, and he won't budge off that until he gets more information. But what we've assumed there is all the seismic upgrades that were suggested in the report in 2009, placing a complete mend of the roof, a partial mend of the external walls, and some replacement of the structure inside the building. So my hope would be that the cost would come down because we'd get more certainty about it, and the project contingency would be less. But I can't guarantee that. And just remember that we work as a team, and as a team, the architect is the optimist and the QS is the pessimist. So hopefully you've got a picture here which is as good as we can get it at the moment.
You sure I've heard that before?
Go ahead. In the grandstand, you've mentioned here regarding lifts or elevators with no figures. Is a lift?
Look, that was slightly wrongly reported, I think, from last time. My hope would be that we wouldn't need to put a lift in because it's a heritage building. It would be quite a sort of impact on the building to put a lift in. It's not just making a hole in it to put lift through. It's also then connecting the lift to accessible routes. I would hope that we would be able to negotiate with the building consent to provide alternative facilities for disabled at ground level.
And if you can't negotiate with them, what happens then?
You have to put a lift in, probably.
At what sort of cost you're looking at?
That might cost another $100,000.
Sorry, that I should have announced. That was because you can't see the names. That's Councillor Carter speaking. Mr. Copeland, in terms of time frame, I'm aware that timing of providing of facilities within the park is reasonably important. If we were to build an amenity block now, and you've got the detailed plans, could that be done? When? What would be a time frame around that option? And I'll ask the similar time frame question around the option of installing it into the grandstand. Where's the time frames here?
Okay, for a new amenity building, based on the current design, so we've got to a concept design which has been reviewed a couple of times, I think, by community stakeholders. We would be able to get that into detailed design and documentation, and probably get that on site by third quarter of next year, if a go-ahead was given straight away. Theoretically, we could probably do the same with the grandstand, except that it's likely that the negotiations around the building consents and the structural reinforcement and whatever requirements of Heritage New Zealand are will slow that up. And I don't know by how much, but I would say probably at least 6 months. The hold up wouldn't be in what would be involved in documenting the design. It would be in negotiating the approvals and, you know, the right way to go.
Thank you.
Can we clarify, Your Worship?
Sorry?
Can we just clarify something Mr. Copeland said? He said we'd have it by third quarter next year. Is that the start time or the finish time?
Sorry, start time. Start time, Councillor Gordon.
Councillor Duncan.
Yes, so just staying there. So you're saying in both reports, I see it's the 1st of October next year in the report's start date. So you're saying that there would be a 6 months difference potentially with the grandstand, but not necessarily.
Depends how forceful we needed to be with Heritage New Zealand, or how difficult it was to deal with them. I've got no feeling about it, except that I've seen recent correspondence which makes me think that they're very keen on the project, and I think they'd probably be very helpful. But I can't say any more than that. Again, I'm thinking that the hitch might be with the grandstand is that when we get into the detail, we'll find that we can't get everything into it that you want.
Yeah, I think councillors, I will speak at the end of this about process within council processes around approval, which may have some degree of effect on these sorts of matters. Councillor Dalgety, Councillor Duncan. Councillor Dalgety.
I'm just interested, for the new amenities block, time to build then, we start in Q3, how long do you think it would take to be operational?
Starting in October, say next year, which is a good time to start, 6 to 8 months.
Thank you.
Councillor Duncan.
Can I just ask, with the 300 square metres, Does that include the upstairs?
It does.
It does. And I see that the upstairs has none of that's been quoted at this stage.
Sorry, I don't understand.
Well, I just saw your the budget. So none of the costs of the stairs and the upstairs viewing platforms, that hasn't been finalised as yet.
No, within the costs that have been stated for the new amenity building, that's all included in that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Unless there are any further questions, I will thank Mr. Copeland for his time.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much for your time. Right, we'll now move on back to item number 9 in the agenda, and this regards to the upgrading amenities for Taihape Memorial Park and the reports. What I'd like to do, first of all, there are a number of reports there, including some tabled documents in front of you. Would somebody like to move the receipt of those as a block, please? Councillor Belch and Councillor Gordon, those in favour? Aye. Those against? Carried. Councillors, in terms of recommendations, first of all, if you go to page, I think, 50 odd, there's recommendations there. They don't quite marry up with the options. So the options are, 1, that you approve the budget provision for this project of $2 million, or 2, that it refers to, 10.2. 1, proceed with the separate amenity block and ignore the grandstand at a cost of 2.148 million. 2, proceed with the restoration of the grandstand and install the modern amenities taking into account the things listed there, including the desirability of speakers, etc., sprinklers, of 3.06. Or 3, proceed with the separate amenity building together with a wholehearted restoration approach to the grandstand, reported at 3.059 million. I think that you need to be careful. My advice is careful around, first of all, 10.3, because they are effectively an opinion of officers, and that is your role to make those judgment calls. However, there are some things I need to point out to you. In terms of where you have approval to spend, and I have had this, I've run this past the Chief Executive Officer and he concurs with my view. So currently you have an approved budget, and you could go out and authorise the building of the amenities block tomorrow. That already exists as an option. Option 2, in terms of an increased budget and incorporating it into the grandstand, is an option for you to consider. However, in my view, it becomes an LTP consideration, because you are changing the level of service and you're changing the funding requirements to it. Option 3, which essentially says you could treat them as 2 separate projects, and you could say, yes, we are keen on doing them both. The limitations there are, 1, that you could proceed with the amenities block now because you have that budget. The only way that you could proceed with the double act, the second part of that process, would be to take it through an LTP. You could absolutely say that it is your view as a council as to do up the grandstand, and it would become the council's preferred position within the LTP. Does everybody understand what I'm getting at here? So you can signal an intent, but you haven't got an approved budget at the moment. You could go out and say that's what you want to do, and you could voice that, but you cannot guarantee that as a decision-making process. Are there any questions around that? So as I said, I have run my thinking past staff to get clarification on where we would stand in terms of due process. Councillor Gordon, Councillor Duncan, Councillor Hero, Councillor Gordon.
First of all, Your Worship, I think in some ways, listening to Mr. Copeland and reading the reports, there's another step that almost has to happen before any of 1, 2 or 3. And as much as it grates me to say it, we need to finish this investigative work. And I know that we said that we would make our decision today, full stop. But the more that people scratch around, the more we find, and the more we find, the more we don't know. And we've got a contingency of 20%, but as we know, assumptions are the mother of all stuff-ups. And I don't want to see us saddle ourselves or future councillors and ratepayers with a stuff-up, irrespective of which way we go.
So the question you have is one over surety of which program?
It's over the surety of the restoration or the potential preservation of the grandstand site.
So if that became the council view, then you would be asking for further work to be done on that.
Well, yes, well, Mr. Copeland, I feel it's almost fundamental to making a good decision. Mr. Copeland has said, there is risk in the assumptions and positions that some of the professionals that are involved in this project have expressed. No one's cut a hole in the foundation. You don't know if there's steel in there.
But your question is essentially around that part of the project.
Correct.
Councillor Duncan.
Thank you, Worship. So what I understood from what you just said about the options, in fact, because our budget is 2.1 million, I think is the figure in the budget so far, we actually cannot make a decision that spends more than that money. Is that what you're trying to say? And if we did try to make that decision, it would have to go into the long-term plan process.
No, that's not quite correct.
Okay.
So when you've signalled in an LTP or budget, when you've signalled a sum of money, if it was an extraordinary amount over the top of that, absolutely you need to go back through a process. So, if it was if the construction cost came in at 2.2, you would still have the ability to be able to accept a tender at that level. But if can you go out for a change of service level and very significant cost, in my opinion and staff opinion, no, you'd need to go back through an LTP process. In exactly the same way that you can do all the budgeting and take advice on a roading job that might be $500,000, and all the evidence and initial reports say that that's the expected level of cost. You approve it on that basis and you proceed to tender. And if the tender came in above that, if it was minor adjustments, you could still accept it. But if the tender came in dramatically different, then the question would be asked and we'd need to seek guidance. Councillor Hero first, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Hero.
So because my question was going to be pretty much very similar to Duncan's, around having that already an amount that has been put to the amenities bill, and so potentially with what's up there on what we've got on the up on the screen of the 3.006 mil and the 3.059 mil, regardless of that, wouldn't we still have to go through? We still have to go through the LTP process, or I'm just trying to understand that as well.
In my view, principally because it's a change of level of service that you're providing for the community, you would need to go back to the LTP if that was your option.
Yeah.
As I said, there are 3 options on the table. Option 1 is clear cut. You have the ability to proceed. Option 2, you would need to deal with the LTP. Option 3 is a split between those. You would still need to do, if you said, no, we want to signal intent to do this, that's absolutely fine, but it would receive process through the LTP. Councillor Wilson, Councillor Dalgety, Councillor Wilson.
Yeah, just looking to seek a bit of clarification up there on those, on the resolutions that are sitting up there, because they don't match what's on page 50. And I think there's some confusion around that, and I think it clarifies a little bit on what Councillor Gordon was saying. If you look at what's on page 50, it says that there is a new build option at 2.1, whatever it is.
Correct. That's
not clearly up there, because it says proceed with amenities built together with a wholehearted restoration approach at an estimated cost of 3.59. Now, by taking that as an option, as with the other one, both would lead us down in terms of long-term plan. So I think there's fundamentally a problem with the way those recommendations are presented, because we still have an option to build a standalone amenities, which is an option in front of us.
Correct.
Okay, but that is not indicated up there. Both of those options would send us down an LTP process.
Yeah, and that's why I highlighted at the front that the options don't match the recommendations that's sitting in front of you. You are absolutely right. That is
we need that up there.
That is affect the standing, but those are recommendations from staff. You have the ability to put whatever you want on the floor. So option, go back to 10.2 on the previous page, it clearly illustrates that. And is the standing council position status quo at the moment? Because effectively, the process was put on hold. Councillor Dalgety.
Bishop, I'm interested if there's any appetite in the room to what I think Mr. Copeland was hinting at, and that was an option of a smaller build in the vicinity of where we're proposing the amenities block. Maybe it's adjacent to the bowling club.
I'll comment on that. The park user groups met with a large number of users around the design of the amenities block and the capacity needed in terms of showers and facilities, etc. In fact, I think there was a redraw of those amenity blocks to be able to accommodate. Now, obviously, Mr. Copeland is not aware of those discussions or the need. I think it would be tragic to even go back and say, no, we're going to build something that is smaller than what has been requested. That is my personal view.
I think it's
the
grandstand plus something smaller.
What's that?
My interpretation of what he was suggesting was the grandstand plus something smaller, because the grandstand is only the 250 square metres.
We have no facts or information on that whatsoever. If that was your view that you wanted to start the process all over again, that becomes your view around the arguments around the decision. Because effectively you're saying, hey, we'd build two different types of facilities. Councillor Gordon.
I'd like to comment on Councillor Dalgety's suggestion. Am I allowed a reasonably free rein without digging a hole for myself?
Well, that's your call.
Okay.
Not mine.
I've watched this process for somewhere between 15 and 20 years. I think this is the 4th iteration. And all through it, there has been proposals put up and then people have undermined the process. And I'm afraid that the worst offenders have been potentially always the biggest beneficiaries. People who demand the most and have the most are then the ones who scuttle stuff. And I'm not talking about any club that's sitting in this room. And you're talking about the rugby fraternity. You know, they have big club rooms, they make a lot of money over the bar, and they've never come up with a cent. And previously, we've had Clubs Tie Happy through various versions that put up their money and said, hey, it's here to be used, and we've walked away. And now we've got the squash fraternity, and all credit to them, have stuck their hand up and said, we're prepared to spend our loot and help people. And right through this process, we have tried to design to fit everybody, but the ones who are hardest to fit are rugby. And they have their own assets and they have their own money and they've never stepped up. My goal through this whole process was to help the have-nots. And the have-nots are generally clubs that have been cast aside, haven't got the ability to raise lots of loot, so they generally represent children or women, historically haven't been dominant players. They're the groups that really have had the greatest need. And so, you know, a few years ago, in the last term, we said we were going to put in $600,000, and Clubs Tie Happy we're going to put in the thick end of 700, and the community had to raise the rest. And look how far we've moved since then. And unfortunately, if we go and build under the grandstand, the biggest beneficiaries will be those that have put up the least and undermined the most. It won't help the netball and tennis players at all, despite the fact that one of those clubs is now courting the tennis players.
Just be careful, because you're starting to get into the areas that are going to.
I probably am, Your Worship.
On the floor.
So I'll step back from that stance. I think the option that Councillor Dalgetty raised has validity, but it would mean that we put everything we've done aside and we start again, the whole jolly lot. And I don't know if that's I think that's probably a bridge that's almost too big to step over, and yet if we step over the current ones, it's also a bridge that's too big to step over for many. So there you have it, irrespective of what happens in the grandstand.
Councillor Duncan.
I'd just like to say that I think this report's fantastic. I think the plans that Barry's taken us through are awesome. He has tried to get everything together, and I think he's done a fantastic job. And actually, apples to apples, it's really very encouraging. I see that what I heard from him is that we could potentially start a build for our Memorial Park at the beginning of October next year, and there might be a 6 months difference between whether it was the amenities build or whether it was the grandstand. That matters to me because I have been persuaded from these sorts of documents from Heritage New Zealand that there is real benefit in the grandstand. I am going to stick my neck out and say that the Taihape community is not wealthy, and without the council support, they would struggle to do the grandstand option, because from what I'm hearing, there might be an appetite to see the community take that over and do it on their own. And I'm saying that I don't think that is, I think that would be really hard for them. And given the weighting that I see within the community, the heritage that is not just the building, which some people, anyway, it's not just the building, it is the social and the cultural heritage that building has for the 70-year-olds in the community and the 4-year-olds who play touch. And so I'm just asking the councillors to look at the weighting here. I would be happy to go with the, well, I would like to say that we should put the amenities under, in reply to the petition and everything that people are saying to me, we should put the amenities in the grandstand. We would get community buy-in.
Okay, you're starting to argue individual cases. I hold you in the same position.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Councillor Wilson.
I'm looking to move a motion, Your Worship. I think we've had quite a bit of discussion on this, and I think it's about time we had a motion. Then we
I'm
can
going
actually
to suggest somebody put a motion on the floor.
I'd like to move a motion, and it is the wording which is on page 49 for councillors of the agenda. that proceed with a separate amenities build. Proceed with next. Number one, proceed with amenities build, including fire and security and costs now reported at. That's what I'd like the motion to read. I think we need to separate out some things here. So I'd like the motion to read that we proceed with a separate amenities build, including F&E and security. This cost is now reported at 2.148 million. That is what I'd like the motion to read.
So is there a seconder to that motion? And we'll just get the writing up on the boards because I want this to be correct. So Councillor Lambert, you're prepared to second it, but we'll just check the wording first, please. Councillor, just while they're doing that, so you're saying your view is proceed with a separate amenities block build now?
Correct.
Now, just the advice from the chair would be if this motion succeeds, there could be a second motion that's put on the floor in terms about the intent around an amenities block in terms of an LTP.
Yes, with regards to strengthening the grandstand.
Just want to make sure that people are aware of the possibility.
That is my intention. I'll do that as a foreshadowed motion if you wish, but I'm also to have it included in this motion, if that was easier.
I'd separate it out, to be honest, because it was confusing. So let's wait until. Now, councillors, while they're doing that, I'll take the view that I'm going to set aside standing orders here. I'm going to give everybody the right to speak once.
Can I just ask a question about the motion first?
Yeah, I'm just waiting.
Does that need some clarity about the positioning of the amenity build, please?
Yes, it does.
At the indicated spot, which is in the reports, whatever that might be, at the indicated location as per the reports.
As per the recommendation of council previously.
I don't know.
So there's a standing. Don't forget, we have that is the standing position of council. So that describes
the location.
So the wording, can I help with the wording? It's on the preferred council
hang on,
site.
I need to go to the movers to see whether the mover is happy with the wording. Not
If the wording is on the approved council site or something, but I'm also happy with the previous recommended council site.
Right.
It needs to specify the site.
Yeah. Can we put in the specification of site? Okay with on the netball court at the end of the netball courts or something of that nature. Yeah, can we just hold the bus just a second, and then I'll take questions around it before we debate. Councillor Lambert second.
I'm not convinced that as per the previous recommendation of council should be there, because the previous recommendation of council wasn't 2.148.
Okay. Yeah.
Brian? 54. What page was that? 54.
Yeah, so take out the as previous recommendation of council and just specify the site.
It is on page 54 of the report.
Yeah. Yeah. Yes, you just reference it back to page 54 because it shows the layout as indicated in the page 54 of council report. Now, I take clarifications and questions just around the motion. You cannot speak to the motion. This is questions only around the motion wording. Councillor Dalgety.
I'm just wanting to confirm that the 2.1 million that we've got in budget doesn't include any local fundraising.
Good question. It doesn't, as it stands. But the expectation would certainly be, and if this motion succeeded or any other motion, I'll be asking council to appoint someone, a fundraiser, probably. One of the lessons while we're talking, please remember you are live, but one of the lessons from Bulls is probably we need expertise in that space. Councillor Ash, question around the wording?
Around the wording and regarding the positioning of it. Can I just get some clarification as to how much of the tennis courts and the netball courts?
That's been in numerous reports, Councillor Ash.
I was just wanting some clarification, please, and thank you.
I can't give you the figures immediately offhand. No, you'd be within the acceptable range. The recommendation you put on the table would accept that.
Plus whatever.
I think we'll be looking at fundraising doing several potential effects. See, honestly.
Yeah, it's just the way that says we can go to 2.15.
Oh, sorry, we don't have to, there is a previous resolution that we've given them to be engaged to secure external funding, so that's covered. So, and that is not specific to a location site, but right.
Could I foreshadow a motion, please?
You can foreshadow a motion.
Similar wording, but considering another positioning of the building alongside the grandstand.
No, because that's acting against the motion which describes the location. So if the motion was to fail, then you could do that. Remembering that there has been a council decision around that decision, so it'd be against the intent of the motion.
I just thought with the new information that had come through that it would be permanent.
Yeah. Councillor Hero.
I'd like to know what the process is if I like to foreshadow the motion that's up at the moment. And I would like to, can I say what I'd like to put in?
Well, the only way you can foreshadow a motion is giving us what you're telling us.
Yeah, well, so sorry, I had actually had my hand up.
My apology.
But I'd like to put up for us to proceed with the restoration of the grandstand and install into it modern amenities at a total estimated cost of 3.006 million.
Okay, effectively, you can foreshadow that that would be your option if this option was to fail.
Yes.
Thank you. Right, on now, so ladies and gentlemen, the rules of engagement. So we'll go to the mover of the speaker first. Everybody will get a chance to speak once. And what sometimes people question my right to speak first or last. So what I might do is go around the table. So we'll start with Councillor Wilson. Which way round are we going to go? Councillor Duncan, I'll go to you and we'll work our way around.
Thank you, Worship.
Be as
Noting,
fair as I possibly can be.
noting that I will have a right to reply.
Of course, you have a right to reply.
Okay, look, this is a big decision for this council, and I think we're all in agreement with that. There's been a number of reports, as Councillor Gordon has alluded to, going back some 15 odd years. Some interesting table documents that we've read, and in particular, I was very pleased to hear from Squash Taihape today, because they simply focused on future development. That's all they focused on, was future development and future growth. The reason for moving this motion is that A, the funding is available. We can push on, we can get started, we can push a go button tomorrow if we want to. The second thing for moving the motion and locating on the site is because we seem to have got lost and bogged down in two very, very separate motions, or two very, very separate actions. We are talking about a new amenities dock for Taihape. Is it required? Absolutely yes. Is it required urgently? Absolutely yes. Should it be entombed in a grandstand? Absolutely no. Simply because that stifles any opportunity for future growth. If we look at Taihape Memorial Park in its entirety, rather than in the silos of different clubs and different users, I think we lock ourselves in to a position of not being able to take a 20, 30-year strategic look at it. And if we put the amenities where I'm suggesting we do by the motion that I've got up there, we allow ourselves for scope. Again, entombing these things in a grandstand allows no scope for growth. We bog ourselves down and lock ourselves away. And to me, it's a very, very short-sighted option to go down that route. If we put the new amenities where they are, they link in to through the redwood trees, through to the development of the park that's going through. I think it was the 3 bridges or something that came up at the last, there's some at the last triennium, which links back through into Papakai Park. Again, you need those amenities centrally located. So, you know, I just think that we've got to be a bit brave here. We've got to be a little bit forward thinking and future thinking in our position on this. And I really do think that to put them in the grandstand is very, very short-sighted. And I think it would be somewhat negligent of council to consider that. So I'm urging you all to vote in favour of pushing on with this project, voting for it, pushing the go button and getting on with it. Because the people of Taihape deserve it. They deserved it 3 years ago. They deserved it 6 years ago. And by golly, they deserve it now. And we need to push on and get it done. So, thank you.
Councillor Duncan.
Thank you. I would like to say that I think the biggest risk here is that we continue to not listen to our communities, and that the people of Taihape really do deserve what they want, which is stated as in the petition. I'm sorry, that document didn't seem to be tabled. So 89% of that petition, 89.63%, said that they wanted the amenities in the grandstand to help preserve and save and restore it. I think what we are risking here also is a debt to our Memorial Park. Should we do the new amenities block, we are then going to owe Memorial Park another tennis court, which we have no funds for, as far as I can see, and we are going to owe them a brand new set of toilets on the other side of the grandstand next to the new playground once that gets off the ground. So we're going to have a lovely new toilet block with viewing platforms, and we're still going to have to go back to that Memorial Park. Whereas if we put the facilities under the grandstand, we tick off the toilets for the playground, we don't take away the only good tennis court that is in those grounds, so we don't owe them anything, and we actually complete the process within 6 months, and that was a maybe. In fact, the build is not going to be that much different in timeline, as far as I can see. And also, according to my figures, they've actually overblown what it would cost by $100,000 because they've doubled up on the contingencies. However, that's just nitpicking. I wanted to listen to Taihape. They've had their voice. much louder than the little squeak that we got from Bulls last week and the other squeak that we got from Dick Hearn Park Memorial, whatever it's supposed to be. We actually had a roar from Taihape. Within 2 weeks, they said, this is what we want, and we need to listen to it.
Thank you. I'm going to speak in favour of the motion. I think one of the biggest tragedies that we've had has been an inability to make a decision. And probably that applies more to Taihape than anywhere else. And often I get asked the question, what have you done for Taihape? And the answer is, we are trying. We are trying to reach a decision. And to some extent, what has not making a decision cost us? So we've taken a bill that was initially priced at $600,000 and we've converted it into a cost of $2 million. And yes, the $600,000 was cost of construction, so there'd be other costs associated with it, but each year that goes by, you will see a very significant cost increase. And unfortunately, that's history. But the other tragedy around time is you get amenities that are not provided. And so you have rugby clubs saying to me, we don't want people to come and play in Taihape because the amenity is put too poor. Throughout this process, there's been a lot of talk around festival consultation, and part of it was a revisiting of consultation. And I would have to say that the latest consultations I've seen have only included certain groups. And so I haven't seen clear engagement with the sharing. I haven't seen clear engagement with the horse people. I would have to say that the months of work that was done by Councillor Rainey and Councillor Gordon did have merit. And a number of groups that supported that process have changed chairmen or committees and then subsequently come out with different positions. And that's, unfortunately, that's life, that's progression and so on. But we just don't seem to be able to make decisions. I think the issue has been clouded over the future of the grandstand. So I have always personally seen them as two separate issues. I am a very strong supporter and will help fund and fundraise for the update of the grandstand because I think that is really important. The siting of potential siting that Councillor Ash referred to in terms of being near the grandstand, that would have been my personal position much earlier on and was. I lost that vote, that's democracy and you move on. So I'm supporting it. I think that the petitions that have gone out, I think there is a degree of confusion around what people were wanting. And I think a lot of that talking to people, they said, I want to do this because I want to support the retention of the grandstand. And I absolutely support that. So I'll be a strong supporter of a process going forward at a very similar cost to what we are currently facing for them to be done independently. So that's me. I'm for. Councillor Gordon.
Thank you, Worship. I will vote for this one. But it's not with a degree of sadness, really, because, you know, I'm going to say to the Taihape community, because I'm sure they're watching, where the hell were you guys 10 years ago? This has been the whole problem with this project. I'm going to hold up the original leisure hub plans that were done by Sport and Recreation New Zealand, and some of the staff that are sitting in the room were part of that process, or one of them was. And it was costed at $3 million on the grandstand site for a complete demolition, 6 rugby changing rooms, 3 squash courts, etc., etc. And if you think of what was offered then and where the park has moved and how much time has been lost, it's tragic. I mean, if I may diverge a little bit, Your Worship, one of the biggest issues we have in Taihape is that a lot of kids go out of town for school at secondary school. If we had decent facilities, I think some of those kids would stay. But their parents say, look at this place, send them to Fielding, Palmerston, Wanganui, wherever. I think it's part of the problem we have. I think if we were to not vote for this, we also lose the ability to negotiate with a lot of those small users, small in number, but big in terms of the number of people they bring into the town, especially with events, in terms of their assets, because there's some appalling assets on the eastern side of the park. They should have a bulldozer through them yesterday. But if we shift, and the reason why they were built was because the grandstand assets were too far away and just not up to scratch. If we were to go there, I don't think we're going to have the bargaining power to remove them, because they should be removed. Some of them had been condemned. It's not a great look for our town. You know, some of our biggest events that bring in dollars from outside of the district are hobbled by the fact that the facilities aren't up to scratch. You know, I don't know how many of you have used a Portaloo that's been sitting on the park for 3 days mid-February. It's not a pleasant experience. It really isn't. And I think underlying all of this right at the beginning was the need to service all users, not just the favourites and the not favourites and the ones with club rooms and ones without, was to try and service all of them. And I think the one thing that has been lost sight of is the potential to build that park for the future. We have the potential to have an event there every weekend. We really do. Currently, we have 3 weekends a year booked through the summer period. And I know that the rugby fraternity use it through the winter. But that's an amazing park. Most towns and cities would give their eye teeth for that place. And we sort of, we look past the potential. Where was I? Right. I think, you know, I fully support the heritage aspect and the strengthening of the stand. I really do. I think the one thing, and if you want to have some real vision, is if you look at all the little clubs in Taihape, and there's dozens of them, and they utilise open plan spaces that they rent from other people for a peppercorn. Most of those clubs rent off buildings that are sitting in the treaty claim space and managed by LINs. In a few years' time, that process will end, and those properties will either be offered back to iwi if they want them, and that's great, or they'll be put on the open market and knocked down to the highest bidder. And when that day happens, all of those groupings will be looking for a new home. And I see an open plan, if we looked at strengthening that grandstand and removing all the clutter and returning it to something like it was when it was first built, that open plan space is going to be worth gold. There will be a queue outside the door to occupy that. And I see that as putting real life back into that stand. I don't see having changing rooms under, you know, the grand old lady of the park is even appropriate anymore. You know, I'd love to see kids' gymnastics or whatever in there. I think that's such an awesome spot, but I feel it's filled with clutter and historical baggage, really. So I'm going to vote for the site at the end of the tennis court. For tennis, I want to see that bowling square preserved for them, and I'm quite happy to put up a motion after this one to make sure that happens, because I think we have to give them real commitment. We can't just say, oh, we're thinking about it, or we'd like to, or whatever. We need to help them and the netball fraternity deal with the issue of that awful surface, because one put the skids under the other effectively. You know, there's another court there that could be used, but they can't use it because it's on 2 levels. You know, there is a court there. We just need to get the stuff done. The longer we hang around, the longer that it drags on, and the longer it drags on, the more frustrated people get, and you eventually start losing people. So I think I've said enough. I'd encourage the rest of you to vote for this. This is the vision concept. We're looking to the future. We have to look for the future. We can't live in the past. It's gone. I'll leave it there.
Councillor Ash.
entirely agree with Councillor Wilson in regards to Taihape deserves something really, really great, and they deserve it right now. It's been a long time, as my fellow councillor has suggested as well. It's gone on for a long time. However, I'm not going to be voting on this. I think with the new information that's come through recently, we do need to consider future proofing, and that's including future proofing for our community, Taihape community, and the growth of their sports teams and their clubs up there. Ensuring the health and well-being of the community is really, really important. And when we're hearing that the netball and the tennis are growing, to actually go and remove some of their usable space is not an acceptable place to put the amenity buildings. So we've got to listen to our communities. We've got to hear that roar that came through from Taihape. Do I agree with putting the changing sheds under the grandstand? Possibly not. I would like to see the new amenity build, but just not in that space, and quite possibly next to the grandstand. But we've got the resolution there to put it up in the orange space on our pages, and so for that I can't support this.
Councillor Carter.
In agreement to His Worship regarding the clarification of where everything's been going, I think the main protest itself was the Taihape community saving their grandstand, and the only way to save it was to put the amenities underneath it. So that was to try and keyhole the one building all in one shot. But there's no threat to the grandstand as such. So, and we're looking at helping with the restoration. The location of the amenities, as like Councillor Ash was saying, if possible, to have it put by the grandstand would be more user friendly, I feel, with the using of the grandstand. Or if it ends up as it is on the tennis courts, helping them out, the tennis and the netball, with relocation or assistance with other courts if they are to lose their courts as such. So I'll be in agreement with the motion, with maybe in some time that we can amend the location. Thank you.
Councillor Parker.
I'll be voting in favour of the motion. I see this as a positive step forward for Taihape. The most powerful thing that has come across for me out of this entire process is the ability of the different groups within Taihape now to work together. There seems to be a greater ability for the different groups to come and sit together and consult and see how to utilise these spaces more effectively. As Taihape is the gateway to the north for our district, it is important that the whole of Taihape is a showcase. It is a jewel in the crown of Rangitike, and this is the first step in that direction. And I think as has been mentioned before, the grandstand and the amenities building are two completely separate issues. And the council so far has unequivocally uttered its support of the restoration and the upliftment of, or the improvement of the grandstand. So in no way does the amenities building put that process in jeopardy. And so I think we will see, as has been mentioned by Councillor Wilson, a future-facing building that has the potential to expand, but also honouring the history and the heritage of Taihape, and the grandstand as being one of only a few left in the country of its nature. It's very important for us to actually refurbish that and make sure that it is earthquake-proof and so forth and so on. So I will be speaking in favour of the motion.
Councillor Jacquet.
I intend to vote against the motion. I think we do need to listen to our community, and the petition spoke up there, and so yeah, I do not agree with going ahead and building what is possibly going to be an unattractive concrete block building on on the number 1 tennis court. I see that the rugby clubs are the most frequent users of the park, and their desire has been to utilise the grandstand. And I also will advocate to support what Squash are wanting to do in their corner of the park and develop the bowling club or some further facilities to meet at a lot lesser cost, to meet the truckies, the camper vans and the other users of the park in that corner. I agree, it is an amazing park and a jewel in Taihape's crown, and I certainly want to see it future-proofed as well.
Right, I'll be speaking in support of this motion. I've sat around this council table for some time now, and I've seen this project morph from one thing to another, and really it has made an embarrassment of council to actually make a decision. We were tasked with providing a facility on that park for all users of that park, and when we've been put in front of us is a plan for a modern facility utilising natural lighting, having viewing platforms for all of the park, so multiple sports around the park. And you know, to me, it's a no-brainer. It's a nonsensical, development. It's only going to support the development of tennis, netball, squash in that area. I think we just need to get on, make that decision, and move forward. Otherwise, the longer we delay it, the costs increase and increase and increase. And we've got a development here that the Taihape people, I believe, should be proud of. And we need to get on and start the process now.
I'll be speaking against this motion, and I'd like to say that the great thing about democracy is being able to have your own views and be able to say what you think about it. But to be in the start of this is one of the whole. I've had so many people in my ears about this whole issue. It's just unreal, and I'd like to say that past councillor who has spoken to me about it and gave me their point of view around it, pretty much had their idea about things and was not listening to what the community had. And I would say, from my point of view, if this has been on the table for 15 years and we still haven't got somewhere, that tells you something straight off. It tells us something straight away as to why nothing's moved forward. So I totally get, so what everyone has their own opinion about it, but my opinion would be that I'll be voting against it. And that's purely from the people that have come, people that have come to me and asked me to advocate on their behalf. And I wouldn't be doing my job if I didn't do that. So, kia ora.
Well, speaking last, of course, a lot of what I was going to say has already been said, so you're going to hear some of it twice. Just in my year on council, I biggest belief our group after group from Taihape's come in here saying that they represent the majority of the opinion. They weren't consulted, and the costs have just kept spiralling up and spiralling up. You know, I think there's almost a culture of delays developed around this. Like, it's become very easy to put it off. And I think, yeah, with the cost, added cost, which the way it keeps spiraling up, it's to me, it's a no-brainer. Putting the building in the old grandstand is like you're trying to add something brand new onto something very old. And I've done it on my own farm trying to do that, and it just doesn't work. And no matter what you do to the grandstand, it's still an old building, and it just wouldn't. It just doesn't make sense to do it. But your heart says put it in there, but my head very strongly says no. Get on with the new build. There's too many boxes to tick in that direction to go with that. So I'm very much in favour of that option.
reply.
Yeah, thank you, Your Worship. I'd like to just touch on a point that's been raised by a number of the speakers, and that regards to the voice of Taihape, the petition that went round, and the percentage. The problem with petitions is that they're inherently problematic because they are delivered by one group with a preferred view. And all petitions are exactly the same. So one group delivered a petition and they had a preferred outcome. So whether or not it was deliberately done to steer the petition in that view or not, I'm not saying, but inherently it would have happened that way. And it is very clear. Can I just refer to the letter of support for putting it into the grandstand from the rugby club? And it is a tabled document, Mr. Terry Baird. He says in his opening statement, "We wish to endorse the support of the amenities block being under the grandstand and urge you to consider the loss of our grandstand on our supporters and the club." It is factually incorrect. Nobody has said we are pulling the grandstand down. Hence, two separate issues. Further, in the same letter on page 12, he states 80% of the population signed the petition in support of keeping the iconic grandstand. So I'm sorry, but I don't put too much weight on that petition because inherently it is fraught with problems. I'm not saying it was deliberately done that way, but that is the outcome of the delivery of the petition. So I can't put too much weight on it. And I think the smart and logical thing for this council is to take a strong future-focused view on the entire site in its entirety, build new facilities, and push on with it. So I would urge you to support the motion as per the wording that's in front of me.
I now must put the motion to a vote. Those in favour of the motion, please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Those against? Motion is carried. Thank you very much.
No, sorry, Your Worship, can I ask that my vote is counted? My name is put against it.
Certainly.
Thank you.
So, councillors, we're recording votes to the nay of councillors Hero, Duncan, Adalgety. Thank you. Now there's.
Are you accepting further motions, Your Worship?
Absolutely, that's where it's going to go.
Oh, sorry, I'll let you do your.
So there has been discussion around the table around two different issues with regard to this decision. The first is what council's view would be in terms of the do-up of the grandstand. And the second is the view wanting some clarification around what council's stance would be with regards to the bowling club and the chance to build on that space if required. So if somebody wants to put a motion on the table with regard to that, Councillor Gorda.
We'll deal with the grandstand first, Your Worship, and my motion is that further investigation of the physical condition to fully understand of the grandstand, to fully understand its condition for future restoration and refurbishment continue. So this is the work that Mr. Copeland was referring to in terms of looking at foundation systems, rot, and anything else with respect to the current physical condition.
Can I just ask that motion whether you're indicating a preference to take it into an LTP as well, or are you saying that's a separate issue once you know?
I think it's a separate issue. I think this is a body of work that should be completed. It's partly done. And I could wait till we get this on massaged a little bit.
Seismic report, could you specify that?
think Gary had that written in, but
Yeah, he did.
But
I've
if-
got it recorded. So what he said.
Future restoration and refurbishment.
There was a request to do work including a seismic report, condition, structural survey, geotech report and conservation report.
Okay, I'm happy for that to be included. I know it's in the order paper. What page is that on, Fee?
That's my note.
Oh, sorry.
Just
Uh,
say that slowly again where it's.
Including geotech.
It's going to bring it.
Oh, sorry, it's coming up to you.
Thank you. Including
us actually doing something, or is it just locking us into an investigate something?
structural survey.
Okay, you happy with the words?
If we put on the end as deemed appropriate, would that give scope for the professionals in that space to make a call? I'm not the architect or the engineer, and if they say, crikey, we need to look at X and we haven't put it in the motion, is it excluded? I'm just trying to give them some wiggle room.
Yeah, you've got the word including there.
Okay, okay. I'm happy. Unless someone else wants to advise.
You're happy? So we're now requesting a seconder, or is there a question around?
I've got a question.
Yes.
My question is, does that, and does that statement lock our council into actually doing something as far as, or are we waiting to see? So if they said it's going to cost $10 million to do it, and we said, no, I want to know whether or not investigative.
No, it doesn't lock you in. All it's saying is that you will do the work and then there'll be a subsequent decision. And as I indicated, the only way procedurally that you could proceed with that would be a preferred position going into the LTP.
You wish if we could insert a word there to cover that off, if we put for, and just before future, we put potential. Is that?
My thought was that we might do all of that, but actually does that lock us into, so people have said around this table how they want to make sure that the Taihape grandstand is going to be something that's going to be up and refurbished. My question is that going to lock us into that actually happening? No. So how do we, yeah, so can we put something in there? Okay.
But can we,
I'm happy to accept advice from officers or His Worship. Just to
suggesting potential future restoration.
For potential future restoration.
Yeah,
it's your motion. So at the moment, it's just your motion. We haven't even got a second.
I'm happy to second if that's what you're still waiting for. You.
Just to note that this investigation is not budgeted, and so we'll have to report that. Yeah, this is an unbudgeted expense.
Yeah.
And I'm happy to second that, Commissioner.
Okay. So what I'd suggest, the Chief Executive was right. What I would require at the end of the motion is as unbudgeted expenditure, which is not out of the norm or uncommon, but we need to be able to attribute a fund.
And it will be operational expenditure.
The mover and seconder okay with the motion as it sits?
Yes.
Codes put operational before the word expenditure.
Are you happy?
Yes.
Well, so that's the most important thing, so I should be fine. All right. I think, have you spoken to it enough?
I have.
As a strong hint. Are there any questions or speakers to the motion? Is there anybody wishing to speak against this? No, are you happy if I put it to the vote, councillors? Those in favour? Aye. Those against? Carried. Thank you very much. The only other issue that has been raised throughout the meeting, there is a council resolution on the books that we consider the bowling club area to be held as a potential.
It was that the council confirms its intention to build a new amenities block at Memorial Park on the site between the number 3 field and incorporation of a portion of the last tennis netball court and investigate the need for a new court in the vicinity of the ex-croquet green.
Okay, so we have a resolution that sits there that gives scope. All right. Any further matters with regard to this item?
Just a question on that resolution. That's not the resolution all tied up that we put on hold or rescinded.
Effectively, it was a resolution that was put on hold. So, but you could reaffirm that as part of the resolution.
I'll move that the second portion. So we've already agreed to the building of the new amenities block, but the second portion of that investigation. Can you read out
investigate the need for a new court in the vicinity of the ex-croquet green.
Can we include discussions with users of those groups?
Croquet, not bowling.
It's just in the vicinity. So.
Yeah.
And the affected users, so that's tennis, netball.
Yeah. The only thing I'd suggest you put in there is if the demand is needed. So I'm sure that they will come back and say our club's growing and there is demand. So
is that going to be a motion?
Yes, it is. So if we can have some wording.
I would go something like, can I just pause for a second? Something like with regards to resolution blah blah blah, council will start continued investigation of.
That is blah blah.
Sorry, I was.
Sorry, it's obviously getting near the end of the afternoon. Getting flippant. Morning to ending.
Some words could be put around it, and you continue with the meeting. And
I'd rather.
Would the mover and the chief executive find it acceptable if we just mention the site specifically, like the former bowling and croquet sites, just to lock it in, because I think that's important for the users.
So we have a resolution. Sorry,
But what I'd suggest is we move on with the agenda, we come back and reaffirm the resolution when it's been drafted. I'm just aware of where we are with regard to time and process.
About 20 seconds.
If it's 20 seconds, that's fine. I'm just aware that we have about 10 more items on this agenda, and
croquet, former croquet. No, that is the bowling.
Right, you have it. So we have a mover, Councillor Belsham. We have a seconder, please. Are you indicating someone else, or you?
I'm seconding if no one else does, but if Councillor Hero wants to do it, I'm happy for her to do it.
Councillor Hero. No, Councillor Duncan, sorry.
No, that's fine.
Councillor Hero, we won't argue about this, ladies.
I'm just a little bit concerned around the wording. If we put, sorry, where is it? In the vicinity of the former bar. Oh no, beg your pardon, that's fabulous.
Right, I'll put it to vote. Those in favour?
Aye.
Aye. Those against? Carried. Thank you very much. Moving on. Item number 10 we have dealt with. Item number 11, the schedule of meetings for 2021 provision of support to committees, attachment 7, pages 112, 119. Score, can you take us through that?
Yes, it's just a light item for you.
So you're now on the flip side.
So it's a pretty detailed report, and then there's also a suggested calendar schedule for next year. So perhaps it's just easier if you do have questions or comments, then I'm happy to reply to those.
First of all, could we have somebody move the recommendation to receive the report? Councillor Hero, Councillor Ash, seconding. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Carried. What, Councillor Hero?
Can I just have a comment?
Yes, certainly.
Thank you very much for having those schedules out. Now I can fill my account up. Just one question. Where we're looking at changing and having, we're not going to have secretariat support and councillors in there. Are we expected to be the ones that are going to be doing the minutes? Us as the elected, is that going to be on us to do it?
Perhaps I can cut to the chase here. With my view, I would like to see this go back to the community committees and community boards to get their so council put this on the table for them. Council gave them this. They said yes, and now council says, oh, now that we're doing this, we're now taking it away, including a change of meeting timetable. And I think I will have every committee and every group screaming at me saying, you've cut our meetings down and that's not what we want. So we just won't get by it. So I want to see this go back to the committees. And I absolutely understand the view of staff in terms of resourcing. But I think we buy ourselves a bigger fight than ever if we don't actually go back and engage. That's my personal view. Councillor Hero.
Sorry, are we talking specifically around those community committees, not about the in-house these meetings?
Well, I think you have to take the report back to them and get a view. And council may well say, sorry, we just can't resource this.
Yeah, sorry, what I mean is that the council meetings that happen in this office are set. That's what I mean, not the community.
Sorry, no, they'll always be resourced. Equally, the community boards must always be resourced because that's effectively the law.
No states are locked in, that's what I was saying, sorry.
Councillor Duncan.
Thank you for this report. I have real concerns about the accuracy of having basically members of the public taking minutes and how that will impact on council's understanding of the actual meetings. And the one thing I would like to say also is I think that when it comes to the water scheme meetings, I don't think this is going to work at all. I don't see how that would work. I mean, cutting the meetings down, of course, that staff go to, I can see how that would be fine, and they'll probably continue on having their own meetings. But from my knowledge of the water scheme meetings, where there will have to be staff mostly anyway, having them training up the people that I know to do minutes is just not going to work. And I think those meetings should be separate to the general committee meetings that you're thinking of having minuting themselves.
That's a good
one. I'd actually like to back up what Councillor Duncan has just said, especially with respect to water scheme meetings. These are critical capital assets. And I think there's enough confusion in those meetings as it is, having sat through 2 trienniums of them. I think that those, of all the ones that we have got to back up, those are the ones we've really got to get right. I had a further question though around the reasoning behind reducing the schedule of assets, infrastructure, policy and finance. Are we going to be using those slots for other things like workshops, the ones we put aside every second month? Is the intention to use those spaces for other in-house stuff? Or is it really just trying to free up staff time from all the reporting functions that are needed and all the process issues? It's a big picture question.
The issue has been raised with me, and I accept the issue around capacity of staff. And I mean, ultimately, if as governors you decide that there needs to be a function provided, then it is up to the chief executive to be able to resource that. But I would have difficulty going back and just saying, we have made a carte blanche decision as council. I agree with quite a number of the aspects of the report, but I think you have to work your way through that process. Look, okay, in terms of moving forward, I'll move that the report be forwarded to the appropriate committees for consideration. Seconded. Councillor Carter, any further discussion?
Have you got a seconder for the initial reception?
Yeah,
quite happy to if this.
I thought I did, but I can't remember that.
It was.
Councillor Delavetti.
Thank you.
Did you just dig me up a hole? So I'll move that the reports get referred to the appropriate committees for their view and for a future council decision.
Just clarify one point in the report around it is also noted that an elected member or members usually attend these meetings. That was actually a requirement to attend, otherwise the meeting could not be held. So are we potentially changing that process as well? So the meeting could be held without an elected member.
My understanding is most of those meetings cannot be held without them, except the community committee meetings. You're right, as it stands, there has to be a councillor there.
So that's still a requirement, because as that reads, it says it's noted that an elected member usually attends these meetings, but it would be a specific requirement. So I think that would, when that report goes out, that still is a requirement of those meetings.
Councillor Duncan.
Just to be a nag, can I ask that in fact that those water scheme committees are excluded from that and that they be treated as a separate? I'm just suggesting that
it's easier also to go back to them. I think they'll be probably rightfully firm in their opinion. They're not happy with us. And so I moved it and looking for a seconder to it. And I'm not sure I'm worth anything. Are you seconding? Yeah. And Councillor Duncan, put it to the vote. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Carried. Thank you. Now that takes us to the top 10 projects.
Patiently waiting all day for his time.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We're on track for a record here, guys. Top 10 project status, November 20, attachment 8, pages 120 through to 130. Do you need to be away at 5?
No. Husband knows who the toaster is.
Would somebody like to move the receipt of the report? Thank you, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Hero. Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Carried. I'm presuming Mr. Benedy, you will take it as a table document.
Correct, yeah.
And if we go through them, are you okay if we go through them sequentially and ask questions of you?
Yeah, yeah, I do it.
So with regard to Mangaweka Bridge, have we got any questions with regard to that? No. Item number 2 on the report, the Martin to Bulls wastewater centralisation project. I have a couple of questions. So when will we be able to get, what's your time frame around getting us a position around the future of the Crofton plant? There's one question I have. The second question I have is around, we need to either convene and then discharge, or convene and carry on that. User group is the wrong word, but have you got any timeframes, any ideas around those two things?
The first question about the plant, so in other words, the Martin plant, we are working on that at the moment. So it takes a lot of technical analysis of the plant and the performance and what it can do. And then overlaid over those results, we need to look at the business case of going to Bulls and then to land, or just straight to land. And that obviously depends on where the land is, which we still don't know. So there's a lot of unknowns in that equation still. So I think, yeah, it could be quite a way off because of all the unknowns.
So the question I have with regard to, supplementary question with regard to that, is we've received Spade Ready project in terms of the pipeline down State Highway 1 to Bulls, irrespective that goes ahead.
Yep. What I've asked the technical experts to have a look at it, is it possible for us to make use of the gravity network when we arrive at Bulls? So we don't want to build the rising main all the way to the plant, or potentially vice versa, that we could use that rising main from Bulls back to the outside of, or the extremes of Bulls, to then go to land. So we can either reuse the pipe or not install it at all.
Okay, I think we're starting to get technical in nature here, but we need to get that group together and I think probably discharge them, to be honest, but we can't just leave them hanging in limbo. Yep, that's it.
It wasn't actionable, wasn't it?
The action would be thank you. Item
question you were.
Sorry, Councillor Dalgety.
Call me up if this is operational, but I'm unaware of the criteria of the land that you're needing to purchase. Would it be helpful if we had an idea of what you're after?
It's part of the great unknown in the equation, so it depends on what we can find. If the land is sandy and it can take a lot of water, then we don't need as much. It depends also on groundwater and how much nutrient loading we can put on there. It depends on quite a lot of stuff. So it is a bit of a moving target. What we are working on right now, though, is to come up with a strategy as to how do we search for the right piece of land. So that'll include things like what kind of soils would we prefer? How far from Bulls would we prefer it to be? All of those things that are unknowns, maybe put a bit of a framework around that, and then go to farmers in those areas where we prefer, or go to all the estate agents, say to them, do you know of any land that's available in that area? But at least then we'd have a better idea of size and soil types.
Two properties jumped up at me and I sent through to Peter that I would potentially, not knowing the criteria.
Perhaps that's a conversation I think that you could have through the Chief Executive.
Sorry, if I could just add on. So we were on a farm on Monday afternoon, I think, looking at one that's for sale, but it wasn't suitable, but we are continuously looking.
Thank you. Item number 3, the freshwater improvement project steering group. This relates to Ratana. Just from me, can you, the freshwater improvement project steering group, could you just remind us who is on there?
Yeah, in general terms, it's ourselves, Horizons staff, the Ratana community, Ngāti councillor from Horizons.
And from council, from governors of council, who's on?
Yep, I'm trying to think who it used to be.
Could you come back to
Yeah,
us?
absolutely. Yep.
Item number 4. This is the sustainable provision of stock irrigation water. Is there any questions from councillors around that? No. Item number 5, the Bulls Multi-Purpose Community Centre. Councillor Dalgety.
I know there's been an issue around mowing and the growth rates, but I drive past there at the moment and we've got this beautiful building. I really would love to prioritise keeping that town square tidy as we drive past.
Sunday. The schedule for Sunday.
Oh, awesome, thank you.
I think you might have to race our JV partner as to who's going to mow it, to be honest. Item number 6, the establishment of the new council administration centre and town library. Spring Martin, by 1. Councillor Wilson first.
Yeah, just last statement, summary position being prepared by staff for councillors, and an update on this ahead of the LTP. That statement's been bouncing around for a while. Is there any indication where we might see that? It's reasonably topical. I'm wondering if we could have some dates attached to that. I think it's something that we need sooner rather than later.
Thank you. Can I also remind council that every time this comes up as an item, and it's been a cut and paste each time, I reiterate that this site has not been gone through any process to exclude it. And so we continue to go out to the community and only talk about the Martin, and we will shoot ourselves in the foot. So, item number 7, I think we've probably spent quite a bit of time on this one today. Yeah. The Taipi Memorial Park development. So I think we can pass with that one. The Taihape Civic Centre, essentially there's nothing happening there that I'm aware of at the moment. No. Putarino landfill. Any questions, councillors, or from staff position around that? So essentially we're saying straight after Christmas, we'll have a contractor going after the Christmas break.
That's the plan. Yeah, that's the plan. The only potential hold for us at the moment is communicating this with iwi so that we can submit the application for the consents. Very tight timelines on those.
The Rangitikei, item 10, the Rangitikei district subdivisions. So there's a list there really for council information. Are there any questions around that?
That's good, Ray. I've just got two comments, if I may. The first one is around the Bulls, the George Street Bulls stormwater. We are engaging with Becca and some experts to do all kinds of technical work for us. Unfortunately, we're not sure exactly when that'll be completed. And hopefully in the next 2 months or so, we would have more information to be able to confirm that. The other one that I just need to note is the Hereford Heights. You can see the price that we expect. Let me just quickly find that. So expected cost of 235,000. The original engineer's estimate was about 300. So it is slightly under what we expected. So that's for the intersection and all the services.
Councillor Dalgety.
Just that earlier in the meeting, we were going to add the Memorial Hall and playground to this list. Do I understand that correctly?
As projects?
Yeah.
So the Memorial Hall is a project funded by the PGF. Is a very separate project, although physically similar to the playground. Now, if you wish us to report on the playground, council's only role in this is to be the project manager and install the toilets and other bits and pieces. Whereas the Memorial Hall is a $500,000 very, very different project. You know, if council wish us to put a $200,000 project in top 10, I'm happy to do so. But that's kind of the scale we're talking about, where these are sort of $1 million plus projects.
I was just interested because I think there is significant public interest and a lot of public money's been donated and a lot of volunteer time is going in. It's only a short project. I believe it'll be finished by April. But I also wanted to make sure that I don't know what council is intending to do in terms of the trail, but I wouldn't like that to finish and then the trail still looking unfinished. Yeah.
You've mentioned two separate issues effectively there. Would you have any objection to providing a report around the playground?
No, not at all. I think
councillors, do you want that?
It'd be preferable in the assets and infrastructure report rather than a top 10 project report at council. I think an update through assets and infrastructure would be better.
Would you be okay with that?
Just your worship, it's not our project. So I would just bear on that. We're not controlling that project. It's actually been done by a completely separate group that's funding it. So I wouldn't want to see us commenting on something outside of their scope. And if we invited them to come and speak to it and update us at an assets meeting, that would be fine, but it's not our project. So I don't think we should be making too much comment on it.
At the community committee in Bulls, we were made aware that there was a block of land up for sale, and it was suggested that council should help promote a subdivision in that area. It would be a private land purchase. They would need to approach us. But as part and parcel of that, council still has the issue of Haylock Park, the back end of Haylock Park sitting there. So that's probably something I think we need to check the resolutions of council at the time as to whether that gives discretion for staff to enter into tentative agreement on that to be verified by council. I've had a developer in my office saying, he's looking at purchasing a block of land, obviously interested in development of it, but inquiring where would the links go. The links would probably be through the back of that property. So at the moment, I'll ask staff to do a little bit of checking.
Can you be specific about your request of us?
So just a request as to where the resolutions from council currently sit with regard to the Haylock Park land.
Thank you.
Right, where are we now?
13 flood damage.
Flood damage north of Maclay's Turkina Valley Road, attachment 9, pages 131, 135.
Thank you very much, Your Worship. So this is the first of two reports. It's really a report to describe how we adjudicated this and how we applied the procurement policy to get to an outcome and a proposed cost for the work. And what we need is approval for us to continue and to appoint the contractor to do the work.
The question that I would have to as officers, how long have you known about this work that needs to be done?
This is, well, that's before my time, but from what I know, this happened in the 2015 flooding, I think, was the main cause of it.
So the question subsequent to that is effectively, have you got contractors ready to start on that now? When the report says that Higgins have intimate knowledge of the type of material to be moved, there are other contractors that have also worked in exactly that country under contract to us. I'm just worried about how we are not going through normal procurement processes and inviting tenders. It's a significant body of work.
I think from looking at the report, the real issue is obviously they do have a more intimate knowledge of this district than anybody else at the moment. But secondly, also the rates that we're getting from them are extremely good. It has been checked and we will check it again shortly. But the mixture of those two things makes it very challenging for any other contractor to actually outprice them.
It's just my nervousness because Downers know this country well and have worked on it, and they were our rolling contractor. Councillor Hero.
I'm sorry, and reading this report, my only question is, did this happen 2 years ago? It's been like this for 2 years. 2018.
So that's not out of the norm. You know, sometimes we have major slip work, and then the design process around that, around how to mediate, can literally take a year, just design work. Would be fair comment?
Yeah, and I was just saying, and consenting.
Yeah.
Also, I need to add, in the 2015, there was a huge amount of damage and it had to be prioritised. We couldn't do it all in 1 year. It's still not possible. So it's just another priority.
Moving recommendation 10.1, and I'd like to move 10.2 as well.
Looking for a seconder to that. Councillor Carter, do you wish to speak to it?
No, Your Worship. I think it's fairly straightforward in the report.
Are you prepared, councillors, are you prepared to put this to a vote? Those in favour?
Aye.
Those against? Carried. Presuming that you wish to do the same with regard to the next one.
Yes, I do, Your Worship, but just also noting that in Councillor Hero's comments, I agree with you that whilst these things may seem to have been sitting on the books for a long time, that, yeah, and I agree with you, a significant amount of work at the time, and it's a matter of prioritising about all the other work that we've got, and we talk about the bow wave of work that's in front of us when we get a rain event like this, that it just adds to it. So whilst it's frustrating, and it's frustrating for the people in that area, that's a reality of what we're dealing with. And the other thing is, you know, with regards to the procurement process, noting NZTA's share. It is, so it goes through their approval as well as ours to approve this funding.
Yeah, what I would like to see is parts of these reports, because audit quite rightly can come back and question it. And if we said we recognise the steps outside the normal procurement process for these reasons as part of a report, yeah, that's my only concern, because they will come back and they will say, you know, that's justification.
So recommendation 10.1, 10.2?
Yes. Moving. Seconded. Councillor Carter, you wish to speak to it for questions on and the typos where I didn't pick it up, but I read them.
10.2 refers to the Macleay's Turkina Valley Road, not Drysdale, Turkina Valley Road.
North of Macleay's Turkina Valley Road.
That's in the previous.
Yeah.
On,
but it's fine on.
Except damage north of Macleay's on the Turkina Valley Road 3. Yeah.
Can you scroll up because we're not doing it the second one? Yeah, we're still in a different one.
I'm in the agenda
On to
there.
the second one?
Yeah.
It's not finding our papers.
Yes, as I understand it.
We are in the second one.
You're on the second one.
Yeah.
And that was second one's been carried as well?
Yes.
What's wrong in our order papers?
Yeah.
So too many things, too many people talking at once. There's a typo in here.
No, there's a typo in the recommendation in our order papers, 10.2 that we're referring to, but you've gone off there, which is fine.
Okay, sorry about that.
Right, moving on.
Can I just pause you for a couple of seconds? There's two things we need to contribute and we also need to stop in 2 hours. So if we could do both of those now. Just wanted Dave needs to talk on this item, even though it's been passed with some information. Sure, thanks.
Okay, recommendation, so 10.2, when John talks about the budget of 467,740, John from Shared Services is one of these engineering types. He's talking about the project budget. Okay, so the project spend is 467. In our world, we've got a capital budget of $1 million, give or take, for these type of works. Now, in going through this process, at the risk of sounding too technical here, both of these jobs are going to be repairs. So the work in the accounting world is going to be OPEX, operating expenditure. So we've got a capital budget, which says going to be operational expenditure. This was noted in the paper that went to Finance Committee this morning. I don't yet know the degree to which this is going to be OPEX as opposed to CAPEX. Sorry, I'm speaking in the operating expenditure compared to capital expenditure. My gut feel is most of the spend is going to be operating expenditure. So we're going to have a capital budget of $1 million with zero expenditure next to it, and an operating cost of $1 million with no operating budget next to it. So we're making this point in the Finance Committee papers month on month. I just wanted this council meeting to be aware that when John talks about having a budget of 467, that's the project budget. In the accounting world, the Finance Committee, we're noting that we're probably going to end up with a capital budget, no spend, and an operating spend with no budget. I just wanted to make sure everyone's clear on that.
467,000 is the build price, and we claim back against that at a rate of 63%. So you're looking at a price of...
And that price, we can see there in section 8.1. Section 8.1 of both papers, you've got a net cash position of us of 160 and 80, so 240.
Yeah.
And that would actually come out of the road reserve, but I'm getting way too accounting now. So.
And my point to this, Your Worship, is I acknowledge the comment about tendering for this work, and I've asked Arno and the team to look at making sure we benchmark these so we can report back to you that we have benchmarked this kind of work with other providers. Yeah. So that's already in motion. It is, yeah.
Councillor Belsham.
Yeah, just a question on probably an explanation really. Each project receives a different level of NZTA subsidy. Is there a reasoning for that? The first one received 83%, but the second one only 63.
Yeah. The reason for that, as I understand it, is after an event, sometimes the government steps in and says, hey, so for instance, 2015, a deal was done from the government and said, for instance, on that deal, the Turkana Valley disruption, we recognise it as a mid to high level event, and we fund that particular road damage on that road at 92% or 93%. So there are varying times where you can go back and apply. Our baseline position is 63.
No, you can suspend standing.
So you asking me to stop or not?
Why would suspend standing orders and stop it?
So council, I'm asking us to suspend, I'll move that we suspend standing orders. The standing orders would say that we need to stop for a quarter of an hour. I'll move that we suspend standing orders. I don't know that I can just rule that from the chair, so it's easier if I put a motion on the floor. Seconded to Councillor Wilson. Those in favour? Those against? Carried. At about 20 to 6, I'll need the Deputy Mayor to take over the chairmanship. Promise to be at another function at 5:45.
20 to 6.
20 to 6, I'll take over.
I'll declare it 10 to 6. We'll probably be closing the meeting. Sorry, carry on.
Sorry, who carried that and who?
I moved that
Mayor
Councillor Wilson seconded and Councillor Dalgety tried to third it. Thank you.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
So that moves us through to item number 15.
Oh,
Yeah.
sorry.
Like TV, normal resurface,
Yeah.
will be reviewed. Long-term plan, attachment 11, pages 140, 141. Gordon, you wish to speak to?
Well, I had actually prepared a detailed update, which I can just hand out and you can take it away.
Brilliant.
So it sounds like everybody's a bit happy with that. That's just so it's just giving you an outline of what we've covered to date, what we've agreed to, and what's still to come up over the next couple of months. So just happy to take that away, and you can ask me any questions next time if you prefer.
Yeah, thank you. Would somebody like to move that we receive the table? Councillor Belsh and Councillor Gordon. Those in favour, sorry. To my eye. Carried. Thank you. Moving then to item 16, the project governance and the use of external board members. This is important, councillors. They're all important, but this is extra important. We're talking about attachment 12, pages 142 through to 145, and I'll pass to the Chief Executive, or is Jess going to hear it?
Hi.
Would you like to come out and talk to your report, please?
I'd love to. So I appreciate it was probably a little longer than anyone was hoping for at this time of the evening. But the purpose of putting forward this report is to, thank you, Helen, is to establish formal project governance on the projects that RDC is delivering. I've gone into a little bit of detail about what's considered best practice for project governance here. And what I'd really like to do is to establish project boards across our projects. I've referred lightly to the Martin Rail Hub because that is the largest project we're currently actively delivering or has been progressed. But essentially for now, we'd like to, for our larger and more complex projects, have an individual project board made up of an executive or project sponsor, 1 or 2 senior users, which represent the end receivers of whatever it is we're building, and 1 or 2 senior suppliers, which will represent the engineering or design or manufacturing of whatever we are creating. The purpose of the project board is to provide guidance, decisions, and importantly, a change authority to the project delivery team. The project delivery team delivers the project to the scope, time and cost that was agreed at the outset of the project by the council and ratified. The project board is there to advise on issues and also up to a certain limit to approve changes within the project. That is quite commonly the use of contingency, we talked a bit about contingency on the Taihape grandstand. But a use of contingency would be authorised by the project board up to the approved project limit. So I've proposed we follow the most commonly accepted methodology, being Prince 2, and that we establish a project board within that framework. The representatives would be decided for each project depending on its needs, and I do have a table here of suggested board members for the Mountain Rail Hub. I would also welcome the opportunity to come back to you early in the new year to propose a common project board for our more routine and low risk projects. Any questions? Here, this is my proposed project board for the Martin Rail Hub. If I can pass that around. It'd be good to thank you and to understand if there are any questions or concerns around the establishment of project boards. And also the use of external board members on our largest projects and most complex projects. Again, this is arising from the Martin Rail Hub, but it won't be the only project we deliver of that size and of that scale. And reflecting back on projects like Smartpie, we could have really benefited from a project board with external board members. I've been hopefully clear in this paper that you do need to fund external board members, and we would expect to have no more than 2 on any project, depending on its size, perhaps 1 or perhaps none. But they do need to be funded because they're fulfilling an important governance role. That would be a capital cost, capitalised against the project.
Okay, first of all, would somebody like to move the receipt of both reports? So both the table report, Councillor Duncan, Councillor Wilson. Those in favour? No. Those against? Carried. I haven't got a question, but I will speak to this just for a second. I totally get this. We need external people, and we need external people with skills, and occasionally that will come at a cost. I get the $10,000 per annum sorts of limit, but I would like to make sure that that's specified that it can only be used on external boards. So when we have councillors or myself sitting on a board, they should, like CCOs, there has been a history in the past of this sort of thing happening where there's been essentially double dipping. People take a salary and then they're members of CCO, and it hangs around for ages. We had one councillor on a CCO that existed for years and years and years in our district, and really it was hard to justify. Councillor Belsham, questions?
Yeah, a question around it. So yeah, completely understand the reasons for having a governance board, project governance board, and external members, but reporting back to the governance structures such as this, I can't see anywhere who's responsible for that reporting and how that gets reported and timeframes around it. So where would that sit?
That would sit, if it sat within Arno's top 10 project report, it could be reported through that way. Otherwise, it's something that would normally be established at the initiation of a project. So if it was a significant project, it could be a monthly report to council. There is monthly reporting done on these significant projects from the project team through to the chief executive, when necessary, or to the executive leadership team.
It's just, I guess it's a learning from Bulls that we didn't receive in-depth enough reporting back to us as governors, and I think that's critical, and I'd like to see that highlighted somewhere so that we actually understand what the reporting level is, what sort of information we're expected to receive back as governors. So that needs to be, whether that's in the project plan, when that's first put out, however it's shown, needs to be signalled somewhere.
I think Pete, the chief executive and I are going to be on the same page when these projects are set up. You're dead right. One of the faults of Bulls was we did not set out a clear reporting schedule, and including detail, and some of the lessons learned from Bulls will highlight the actions that need to come out of that lag. So, your comments.
Yeah, in response to Councillor Belsham, Jess has been asked to set up a project management office. It's been a long time coming. We've now got the resources to do that. The definition within the PMO will be how we represent or how we define projects in terms of value or risk or public interest, etc. And then once they assess it to what level, then we'll form the project status reports that will come to various committees or full council. So that's a work in progress. Why Jess has done this now, and if I could just explain the document you've got, this is not a document for you to vote on today. It's not a table document, you can't do so. So this is a draft document to give you an indication of where we will be presenting to you almost our first PMO structure document, which says the Martin Rail Hub is seeking a project board. This is what we propose, and this is just to give you an idea of what you'll expect to see in your December council paper for the Martin Rail Hub. That's a pressing need. We expect to have that signed tomorrow, if not very early next week. And so we want to set that board up very quickly.
Councillor Ash, Councillor Hero, Councillor Duncan, Councillor Ash.
Yeah, no, I'm really pleased to see the potential of having a board put in place. Just wondering how we manage our risks if we are having board members from potential suppliers, how that would be managed, any conflict there.
Yeah, it's a great question. Thank you. The terminology senior supplier does imply they're from our supply groups, but they're generally not. So someone we might put forward would be somebody who's previously been the chief executive of a company like one we'd use for supply. But we wouldn't use someone from our regular suppliers or someone who could potentially tender for the work. So a project board member is usually a professional director type thing. Does that resolve the potential conflict? Thank you.
Councillor Hero.
My question is, what is Ngāti Apa seen in here is, what's their, sorry, you've, yeah, what's, I know it's iwi, but is that, so there's Crystal, Mark, and then there's yourself, and then there's an external board member. So I'm just understanding what does that.
If it's okay, this is just a draft that will be discussed in December. So broadly speaking, in this project, should you approve it in December, the Ngāi Wariki Ngāti Apa are a partner organisation, and we would like them to be represented on the board.
You're right, Ngāti Apa have bought into the idea of an independent board member quite some time ago. So they have an ex-senior staff member from the Bank of New Zealand who sits on their board. They have other external board members as well. And occasionally they've asked me to go to one of their board members' meetings just for so that I'm aware of what's going on. Councillor Wilson.
Mr. Worship, speaking directly to the recommendation. Oh, you had your hand up, you did, didn't you? Yeah, right. Go.
I just want to say that my only concerns are assuming this sort of thing, and I think it's a great idea, and obviously I'm quite convinced that we need it, but I have a concern around subcommittees and their decision-making powers when, in fact, we are the elected members. And so there's that conflict between the governance And so when it goes into the operation area, I understand that's, you know, hands-off governors. But just once again, I just want to reiterate what Councillor Belsham said, that reporting back to us, I really still want to feel I'm involved rather than just teetering on the top.
And that's also covered in terms of the delegation authority that's given to those boards.
Thank you.
Councillor Wilson. You're speaking directly to the motion number 3, which if you read up there, it looks like the whole lot's already been done and carried, which is actually incorrect because we've only moved receipt of the project, just putting that out. Receipt of the minutes. Yes, is the $10,000 per annum, is that a hindrance in your professional opinion? Does that hinder who you may be able to get? It's just that I'm noting here capped at 10,000. I'm not suggesting we just go out and spend money, but is that an acceptable to get the necessary school level at external people, given the nature of some of the projects that we are about to embark on our capital spend? Is that enough money?
That is the low end of professional fees to be on a project board. The per annum part is quite important because when we embark on long-term projects, which might include the Martin Civic Centre, they would be on the board for a number of years. Okay. So it isn't $10,000 for the project, it is $10,000 per annum. And if you think to work with a local council, they would be using the low end of their fees, which would at the minimum be $250 an hour. So that gives us 40 hours of their time per year. So 2 hours each month for a meeting and then ad hoc advice throughout the rest of the year. So it is skinny, it is late. But we would be, you know, intentionally approaching people with an interest and a passion in this area and approaching them and saying, look, I know this is lower than you get elsewhere, but this is important and this is a community focus. And there's a real buy-in to that from Directors New Zealand.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just please pass the chairmanship through? I think you might be able to chair from that end of the room, I'm not sure, but your call.
I'm happy to stay here.
Well,
Well, no, I want to get on telly, so
You are still live, Councillor.
I want to vote anyway.
I'm just interested, is this a safeguard that we see many councils use?
Different names perhaps, different forms, but this is a common function for major projects in local government.
Right, have they all been moved or was it just the receipt?
It was actually just the receipt of I did move, but I'm happy to move all 1, 2, 3 as it's up there.
Sorry.
Councillor Duncan is
Councillor
now just
Duncan
moved.
Who is left? Councillor Duncan, are you happy with moving all of those 3 recommendations as a block?
Yes.
Yes, and Councillor Wilson is happy with it? Yes. Oh, sorry, just wait for the vote. Sorry. So all those in favour?
Aye.
Against? Carried. Thank you. You may now leave the meeting. Okay. Yes, and councillors and people at the table, staff, we're still streaming live, so we don't have a great deal more on the agenda. So 17. Okay, we are up to reception of any recommendations from the committees. So do I have someone prepared to move those as a block?
One minor amendment on page 207 to the Assets and Infrastructure Committee meeting. So under the closing of high streets, the very last recommendation there, it should have said the Chief Executive negotiate with Spears Food for the best outcome for the use of the lower high street, not Follett Street toilet. So if we can just make that amendment, thank you.
Already started negotiation as well, and yeah, we had a stumble.
Okay, thank you. Right, with that slight amendment, are we happy to move them?
Happy to move as a block with that amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson, Councillor Hero, are you seconding?
I am at least, are we going to go through all this? It's just
No,
that these are- can I
so
just-
what this is reception of the minutes as they sit, and it's actually not, we're not reviewing and confirming them as true and correct minutes. That's actually up to those specific committees to do that. We can't do that because we don't sit on some of those committees. So this is literally receiving that set of minutes. Were you happy to second that? Right, okay, thank you, Councillor Hero. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Thank you. Right, recommendations from those. Do we have? Okay, no. There are no recommendations from those minutes. Is that correct? Let's go back to the actual start of the order frame, because that's where they would. Second, give me a moment. No, so there are no recommendations attached coming out of those minutes. Okay, item 18 on the agenda, late items. I don't believe we had any late items listed to deal with. So with that, we'll move to item 19, public excluded. I have someone from the committee move that we move into public excluded for the following reasons. Thank you, Councillor Gordon. Seconded, Councillor Hero. All those in favour? Aye. Against? Carried. Right, we are now into public excluded, so we will stop the streaming.